begging.
So beautiful. I'm only happy when I'm high. Seems I've forgotten how to cry. I lie awake and I can't shake these thoughts that creep into my mind. Inside you're over infantile and I hide, but only for a while. This trial and error is getting me nowhere. Where am I now? There's no right way, no matter which path I take. Electricity itching in my chest. Never wish you anything less than the best. It's just I'm a little sensitive, and you're sensitive too. So we hold it in a bottle till it breaks and it cuts and it hurts, and we blow it in a bubble. Watch it swell, watch it burst. Where am I now? I'm trying to navigate in space. Take me to a better place. 'Cause it's so hard when you're battling the elements, and my heart charm is in full bloom in the afternoon. In the afternoon. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wish you were here by my side. Your song in my ear, your hand on my thigh. The highway is clear, unlike my mind. I'm dreaming as I drive. I've been inside my own head for days, but this fantasy is keeping me awake. I wanna get lost in the night, stuck in a road stop, neither of us like. Eat till we talk, laugh till we cry. Tell me it's not too late. I wanna get lost and miss the signs. I never liked adventure, but you changed my mind. Sleep with the stars, lose track of time. Tell me it's not too late to try. Tell me it's not too late. We could see the world, you and I. There's no place on this earth that isn't better with your hand in mine. It's taken me way too long to realize, and now I'm dreaming as I drive. I've been inside my own head for days, watching you kiss all my breath away. Getting tired of the twists and the turns we take, but at least this fantasy is keeping me awake. Yeah, I wanna get lost in the night, stuck in a small town nobody can find. Eat till we drop, laugh till we cry. Tell me it's not too late. I wanna get lost and miss the signs. I never liked adventure, but you changed my mind. Sleep in your arms, make up for lost time. Tell me it's not too late to try. Tell me it's not too late. It's not too late. I know we made mistakes and messed up the navigation, but let's find another way then, because I want you in my life. Where do you wanna go? I promise we'll take it slow, get lost on all the back roads. Oh, just tell me we can try. Stuck in a road stop, neither of us like. Till we drop, laugh till we cry. Tell me it's not too late. I wanna get lost and miss the signs. I never liked adventure, but you changed my mind. Sleep with the stars, lose track of time. Tell me it's not too late. I wanna get lost in the night. Stuck in a road stop, neither of us like. Tell me it's not too late. I never liked adventure, but you changed my mind. Sleep with the stars, lose track of time. Tell me it's not too late. I've been too fast to notice, I've gone too far to care. Now I'm the last to know that I've been swept into the air. I've been too fast to notice, I've gone too far to care. Now I'm the last to know we're not in Kansas anymore. Fast as ice, but I'm far from home. Past a racing storm, I'm on my way as Emerald City sleeps. Fast as ice, got me on my toes, going down the yellow brick road. Show me all gold, a promise and a dreams.
Hi. How we doing, chat? Oh, you know what? Spotify's got a mind of its own, but I'm here for it. It's just playing all the Twitch musicians. Did this last time too. How's the audio, guys? I checked it before and you were vibing to that song? Yeah! Dude, there's so many talented musicians. Wait, Juliet. And then this is what we're currently listening to. They stream on Twitch and they are both musicians and they're wonderful human beings who are so talented and write their own songs. It's pretty crazy. Pretty wild. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Also, I have my own music on Spotify as well. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many talented musicians on Twitch. Honestly, like, if you listen to enough of a single Twitch artist, it'll recommend you other Twitch artists just because I feel like as a community, we have made our own algorithm just for Twitch. Basically, everybody who uses Twitch music, like, everybody in the Twitch music community listens and supports each other, right? So, there's all these wonderful artists who listen to their homies. Yo, thank you for the resub, Pilgrim. And Spotify sees that as, oh, these must have something in common. It's like, yes, we do. It's Twitch. But it's really cool how an algorithm can figure that out. And be like, here's some other streamer music. It's like we all have our own different styles of music, but we do have that one thing in common. Anyway, so today I'm painting AshleyRoboto. This is my little reference pic. Boop! Right there. I got started and then I got really distracted and I was like, you know what? I should just stream this. Why am I painting alone? But, I really wanted to actually listen to one of Ari at Home's VODs in the background because I missed a lot of his streams and he is so talented and he just makes music and stuff. So I was vibing to that all day. That's part of why I got distracted. I'm just like admiring his talent, but he does stuff like this. Stuff like that. There we go. He does it all improvised on the fly. It's crazy. Yeah. Alright, so I'm just getting my monitor set up the way that I like. Welcome to the painting stream. Everything sounds okay? All the audio volumes are good? Hopefully? Yay! It's pretty special of you to paint portraits of other artists. Right? I didn't know Ashley does art. Does Ashley do art? I know she like photoshops herself into some interesting scenarios. But I'm not sure if she actually does painting herself. But yeah, lately I've been painting other streamers. Because, I mean, that's my main life experience, right? Like, it's my job. I spend most of my time on Twitch. So I'm like, this is where I will draw my inspiration from. Makes sense. It's AshleyRoboto. She's a Canadian streamer. She's super fun. She does variety gaming, but lately she's been doing lots of Animal Crossing. She also does a lot of just chatting and stuff like that. But she has these like hexagon panels too in her background. So I have hexagon panels and I love hexagons because they remind me of bees. And Ashley's favorite color is yellow, and everything about her stream is yellow. So I was like, okay, this is going to be so fun to paint because I have so many ideas to play off of. Because not only is she a beautiful human, you know, she's got like a brand, kind of like a branded identity, and she's got all these curls in her hair. She's got very curly hair. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it, but again, like with watercolors, we lay layers down, and then it just kind of figures itself out, you know? I do paint. Hi, I can never pronounce that word. Ephemeral. Ephemeral? When's the next music stream? That's a good question. I don't know. I have this big plan that I'm gonna start to do a schedule. Like, this past year I was finally assessed and diagnosed with ADHD, but I've been pretty bad at taking my meds because I forget, which is funnily enough another symptom of ADHD. But I think once I get on like a regular schedule, if that's possible, then I will know. And oh shoot, that reminds me. I didn't do my emails today. I gotta send emails out to the bars that I'm hired to perform at and see if they're still gonna have me play there or because of the new COVID restrictions. But yeah, I mean, just the next stream will be when it happens, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to know. When you're me, I literally go with the flow to the maximum effect of what that means.
It's been a little bit. It's been a few days. My throat has been better. What's been
Okay.
worse?
Doo-doo-doo. There we go. I wish Ari would just put his dang music on Spotify already. Anyways, how's everybody's holidays? Did you get anything cool? Any new prezzies you want to talk about? Or, better yet, did you get some good food inside your bodies? Painting looks great too. Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm for sure streaming New Year's Eve. That's going to be a 12-hour stream of mostly music. We'll probably do art and gaming at some point just to like diversify the content. But yeah. I'm not streaming tomorrow because I have to do some gift returns with my mom, and then I've got plans with friends, so probably not streaming tomorrow. I don't know, honestly, the days have been really hard to keep track of lately. When it gets to winter, I'm just like, every day is a day. I don't even know, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I have no clue what day it is in the winter. Is anybody else like that? As soon as it becomes winter, my sense of time just goes out the window. Not sure if seasonal depression or just... You got an Apple Watch? Ooh. Neat. It's so crazy, like the level of technology. It can tell you when you're like snoring or if you're sleeping properly. I could never wear that. I hate having things around my wrists. I love wearing rings, but I hate that they interfere with my art and like playing music and stuff, so it's the same reason why I took my lip ring out. It just gets in the way of playing music. Anything that gets in the way of me doing my creative stuff is not gonna fly.
Alright, what are we doing here?
But that's crazy though.
It's like a little bit of time in the morning. Now I gotta blow it up.
Okay, so we're getting that kind of feeling of curliness in her hair coming through. New headphones. Oh my god, that's the best. I bought myself new headphones because I can just claim it as a business expense because my old ones are kind of tattered. But now I have 2 headphones so I can swap between them. They're the same pair though, really. And an amp? Wait, an amp for headphones? How do you have an amp for headphones? How does that work? You hate watches, but you got a sports band, which you barely feel? That's good. Yeah, I'm very sensitive to, like, things on my hands and stuff. It's just, I think it might be something to do with the sensory processing things that I have. I don't even know how to call it. I'm just very sensitive. I'm a sensitive person. Okay, let's start doing some details on her face. This is just like the general kind of idea of what I'm doing, and then we'll go in. So she's got like hazel eyes, which is very on brand. The like greenish hazel. I just love this picture of her. She's so gorgeous. Like, look at all the texture in her hair, and like the patterns and the way that she like combined the shirt with this. I don't even know what this is, like a jumper. It just makes me want to paint her. I'll probably have to mix some more colors, but for now I'm gonna work with what I already have out on my palette from last time. I'm doing it really, really light this time. The Andy painting that I did last time was like so intense. You lost one of the wireless earbuds? No! That is like my biggest nightmare. I'm like, these are so tiny. What if I lose one? Like, losing both of them is okay, because you're like, okay, it's a lost cause. But when you lose one and you just have the other there, alone and confused, it's like, why me? I don't know why that came up so dark. I did not want that to be dark. Yeah, so this time I'm not doing a wet on wet technique because I don't think I like wet on wet. It's just too sloppy and messy. So I'm just gonna do every little thing, one little piece at a time, and fill it in. I think I like it better that way. And I love how orange and yellows have been like the theme the past few days, so. Painting a lot of gingers. Paint stream, yes! It's happening. Yeah, and we're listening to Ari at Home's VOD because I missed all his VODs, so I'm listening to them now to catch up. This man's a legend. Like, he just comes with his stuff on the fly, and I'm like, are you gonna drop an album or what? Or we're just gonna wait? Hi, Loki. USB amp. Needs some more power for the drivers. That still doesn't make sense to me. How you would have an amp. I'm so sorry, Pilgrim. That's like the saddest story. My wireless earbuds rarely leave the house. Like, I mostly use them when I'm doing yoga and I want to be quiet. But I got a Bluetooth speaker too. Alright, I use them when I go for walks, like my earbuds. But now I haven't really gone for many walks now that I have a car. So I gotta get back on the trail, the path to exercise. But yeah, Teeny lives close enough to Gatineau Hills, and we're hopefully gonna go on a little winter walk together sometime. Well, that's fun. I got a whole bunch of stuff. So much stuff that I'm going to have to write it down because I will forget. There's just so much. A bit excessive even. But oh no, that's not the color I want. But I'm mostly stoked. The biggest surprise for me was I got the full works of Debussy, my favorite composer, on piano.
What should we do? Should we get hype?
Alright, let's skip to the next one.
I'm in my feels up. Oh, my roommate made this for we had Secret Santa on my.
There we go.
Alright, I'm gonna try this with the little bass guitar.
But yeah, I've started looking through these the sheet music, and I really want to do a reaction video almost. I want to go make a video on YouTube of me just reacting to Debussy's ridiculous compositions, because he has this really almost cruel way of it's playfully cruel way of writing things. He writes tongue twisters for your hands, essentially. And they sound so good, but the way that you have to play them is, so tricky. Right now, this just looks like she has a beard. But don't worry, it's gonna come around. Salut! How are you doing, Kakui? I've really done everything so faint, so I've got to darken this up to give it more depth. Because it looks dark and then it dries, and then I'm like, oh no, that's light. That's very light. Debussy. Dab pussy? No, Debussy. I mean, it is a funny name because everybody's talking about bussies and stuff. I don't even know what that word means. If someone could Urban Dictionary that for me, I would appreciate it. I don't know. All these new languages the children are coming up with. It's too much for me. Okay, so the real highlights on her face are here, and here, here, on her forehead,
like this now.
and then kind of here,
Oh, yes, we are.
and then there. Okay. You getting stuff from the music artists you love? Yeah. Yeah, I was very surprised. Andy made me a custom sheet music book. How do you call it? Staff paper. Just the lines, so I could write my own music in my own notebook, which is so thoughtful. I haven't written I haven't written any staff notation in a long time. So it'll be a nice adventure for me. Because I used to write things like choir, 4-part harmony stuff. I was pretty advanced in my music theory back when I was a teenager. But I haven't brushed up on it since, but it kind of sticks. It's like anything, you know. If you learn it, it's inside of you. You just need to reactivate it.
There you go. Alright, what are we singing about on this one?
Debussy, it should be everybody's favorite. He's so whimsical and so playful. But the way that he writes is so complicated. He never, like, he writes in very complex keys. And, like, especially he really loves using all the black keys. But he writes in freaking, like, C sharp major, which isn't even a key. C sharp major isn't a key. But instead of making it D flat major, which is a key, which is the same thing as C sharp major, but it's I don't know. If you're a musician, you understand. It's like, if you're not a musician, it's like saying, I'm not going to do something. I'm not going to not do something. Like, that's how he writes. It's like, oh, it's a sharp, but it's a sharp, but it's a flat sharp, but it's a double sharp, and this one's natural. It's like, you could have just said what it was. You could have just said what it was, but you had to choose confusion instead. And now I am crying into my notebook. Anyways, that's my take on Debussy. But the way this music sounds is incredible. Pilgrim, thank you for gifting that sub. You're so sweet. Debussy's keys have a lot of B's. Or a lot of flats, you mean? Yeah. Yes, exactly. But that's what makes his music so wonderful. Like, people don't realize how much the key actually has an effect. Because it vibrates at different frequencies, and that resonates differently within our bodies and our minds. And, like, Debussy's whole shtick is being, like, a person who uses all the black keys most of the time. Which I use as well in a lot of my songs. Like, Shipwreck, I basically, like, just use all the black keys. It's E flat minor. So, a lot of my songs are... I feel like I can connect with him through his music. It's really cool because... when I write piano songs, I'm not thinking about what are the notes. I'm looking at what are the notes. So I'm like, you know, I'm like, okay, this feels right and it looks right, you know. What? No way! Hi! Hi! Oh my gosh! The crabs are here! This is my first ever AshleyRoboto raid. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hello, pals. My name is Mermaid Unicorn. You can't see me right now, but I promise you that I have rainbow hair, and I also do music streams. I'm mostly a music streamer. Yes! Isn't she gorgeous? Oh my gosh. So this picture I love for so many reasons. I love her hair, how perfectly curly and voluptuous it is. And then her choice of outfit, like the textured, patterned chemise with the jumper on top. I don't know what you would call this, like the button up. I don't know if it's a skirt or something. But yeah, and the expression too. So we're just getting started. So watercolor, it looks silly right now because I have to create depth. But let me show you some of the ones I just finished. So we just did this one on stream, was it 3 days ago? Ashley the Robot Ginger, right? Well, I wasn't going for a robot feel. I was going for more of a honeycomb feel. So, because I know she has these hexagon panels and I have hexagon panels too. And so I just I filled in all these little things and I'm going to make them look like they're like dripping with honey. And that's going to be like the background for it. So yeah, welcome guys. I feel like I should show my face, but like I'm not really camera ready right now. So do one of these. Hi. Anyways, yeah, I'm a variety streamer. I mostly do music. I'm a singer. Yeah. Wow. But that's like my main content. But I also do love things like Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, and more challenging things like The Witcher. I'm a big League of Legends nerd. I also played... What else have I played on stream recently? Aside from Raid Shadow Legends. I can strike it on guitar. Yeah, I play guitar, piano. I do soothing piano music. We were just discussing Debussy as a composer. But yeah. Welcome, Ash fam. Thank you so much for your raid. I know your stream was awesome because I was there. And I'm stoked that you got your bob. I'm supposed to go dreamy hunting today, but I got distracted because I wanted to paint you. This took priority. It's weird how sometimes I'm like, I don't want to play video games. I just want to be productive sometimes. And today was one of those days I'm like, no, I'm making art today. I want to do it. I want to do it. The lighting is perfect. It's a cloudy day. So, yeah, Gwent is really honestly difficult, but I love it because I'm a huge Magic the Gathering nerd, so I actually have friends coming over to play Magic tomorrow. I'm so stoked. It's been so long since I busted out my decks. Anyways, welcome on in. Hi. I'm also Canadian. I'm from Ottawa. Et je parle français aussi. S'il y a des francophones ici, tu peux parler français dans mon chat. You prefer the multi-flat keys? It's easier to make rapid melodies passing fingers. Yeah, right? Because if the flat keys are on top, you can just kind of sweep your hand over. Also, it has a beautiful natural, like, pentatonic, right? You can just... If you go over all the flat keys, it makes a beautiful pentatonic scale. So I do write a lot in that. But yeah, welcome! All these new people! Holy crap, holies! Anyways, we're just chilling. So my art streams, we usually just talk about whatever while I make art slowly but surely and drink some tea. This is I forget which tea it was. It's some sort of Japanese green tea today, but here's my little rainbow unicorn mug. And yeah, we're super LGBT friendly, and if you have mental health issues, that as well, because I personally suffer from ADHD and PTSD, among other things, but those are like the big major ones. So things like anxiety, depression, whatever you got, like, we got your back here. We got your back. Welcome on in. Let's put on some, well, we usually listen to other streamers. So I am blessed to be part of the Twitch music streamer community, and you'd be amazed how many talented singers and songwriters there are on this platform. So we're just gonna listen to some Twitch creators. We were just listening to Ari at Home, who's a streamer here. Okay. I'm gonna do the nose details a little bit because she's looking like she's got a hole in her face. So let's fill that in. Okay, paintbrushes, stop that. Yeah, I love Ash. I've discovered her through a Twitter post, actually, of her just being like overwhelmingly positive, and I was like, oh my god, I need this energy in my life. And then yeah, she's all the things that I enjoy and then some. So it's been really cool. Yo, Mikey, hello, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Tell us about yourself. Grab a seat. We're just getting started. It doesn't look like much now, but eventually it'll look like something good, right? Like this. Ow. Oh, I just gave myself a paper cut on my face. Ow. How did I... Can we get a klutz in the chat, please? Klutz counter in the chat? Anyways. Oh, I should have some of my other works too. I put them away. I just gotta show off so you guys know it is a process. It is a process, but when it's done, it can look like this. Or maybe like this. Or maybe even like this. Oh my gosh, I'm klutzing everywhere. Can we get another klutz in the chat? I just dropped my paper. Thank you. Oh, and this is also, this one would go really well with Ash. I love bees. I love geometry and insects and flowers and stuff. But yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I like to create in every way, shape, or form. Music is like my main thing, but I love art. I love dancing, poetry. I just recently, my new ADHD hyperfixation is macrame. So I'm looking forward to getting into that. Oh, we got some Halocene on our playlist right now. That's a big change of vibe, but I'm here for it. Yeah. What else? Super multi-talented. Yeah, I mean, I feel like creativity always comes from a place of pain. I think that the most creative people have had, you know, a lot of challenges in life, and they've had to find creative ways to cope with that. And comme anglais et français, est-ce que tu parles quelques autres langues? Non. Non, seulement anglais et français. Mais si je veux étudier une autre langue, ça va être japonais, je pense. Parce que j'adore l'anime, donc I would love to speak Japanese so I could, because I love listening to anime with the original Japanese and then reading the subtitles. Because it's just so cool in Japanese. But that is so hard though. I tried learning Russian and I gave up after like one day. I was like, nope, this is like so difficult. I also tried learning sign language because I had a difficult time when I'm at my gigs. And like the music's so loud and I'm trying to communicate with people and I can't shout at them because I need to conserve my voice. So I'm like, I feel like everyone should learn ASL. I feel like that should be taught in schools, like mandatory. Because like we need to be able to include the deaf community, and like I love closed captions on everything, or just even sensory processing. Sometimes it's nice to be able to say something without having to use your voice, you know? Oh, I still haven't gotten through JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't know why, but I just can't tune into it. I don't know. I've been watching it, and every time I watch it, I just get distracted or bored. And everybody's so hyped about it, and I'm like, I want to be hype about it, like, but I feel like I'm missing something. It's just, I don't know. I think I'm still in the first season. It's the same, yeah, it's the same with, with One Piece. I'm like, okay, this is cool, but I think the reason with One Piece is because it's so old, right? Like, it's not like a newer anime. But my favorite anime is definitely One Punch Man, like, hands down. And obviously Death Note. Like, if you're going for darker anime, Death Note, but, like, One Punch Man is, I need more like that. Like, if there are other animes out there like that, I love the comedy of it. It's, like, so dramatic and sarcastic, and I'm here for it. One Pinch Man, pinch you to death. Haiku? Wait. Haiku? I'm like, I know Haku from Spirited Away. Oh, I should do some Spirited Away art. I also really want to like revisit some of my older paintings and like redo them now that I've grown as an artiste. Avatar. That was, yeah, that's a well, it's like cartoon anime, same kind of thing. I have not, actually. Haku? Like the dragon guy? The dragon man? That would be a sick tattoo. I really want like an anime, video game, like cartoon character sleeve on this arm at some point, but I'm such a control freak. Like I would want to design it myself almost. Oh, okay, this is one of my songs we're listening to now. Yeah, chat, do you guys have any tattoos? I have obviously these ones on my hands. My most precious of all. Okay, focus on the painting, Merms. You're not making any progress. Okay, I'm gonna see what happens if we add some like blue. No, it's not blue, but oh, it's purple. Sorry, I'm blocking. For the love of Jimi Hendrix. Yeah. The thing is, there's just so much TV and so much anime to watch that I get overwhelmed and then I just don't watch anything. Because I'm more of a gamer. I like to interact with what I'm doing. No tats yet? Well, I feel like with tattoos, you gotta know exactly what you want when you get your first tattoo. You can't just go and be like, I want something cute. But some people do that. So, I mean, it's your body. Do what you want. But I thought about, this was my first tattoo, this circle right here. And I thought about it for so long. Like, since I was 12, I knew I wanted this. And then I got it. Yeah. Oops. That's kind of dark. You know what? It's fine. We'll just blend it in. Yeah, no worries on the pronouns. Ever told her she was good at music and should start streaming, so she did. You started streaming music? Nice. Yeah, well, it was, honestly, I feel like it was definitely me powered. Like, it wasn't someone pushing me to stream. It was somebody who said, why isn't your stuff on the internet? Like, where can I find you on the internet? And that's where I was like, oh, shit. But I didn't start as a music streamer. I started as a gaming streamer and accidentally became a music streamer when I realized that I could do that. Because there was really not that much music on Twitch 3.5 years ago now? Holy shit. So 2022? In March 2022 will be my 4-year stream anniversary. That's wild to think that this has been my job for 4 years. Longest job I've ever held, actually. But I feel right at home here. It's amazing. Yeah, back when I started, there was probably maybe 100 music streamers in total, and now there's thousands. Everybody flocked to Twitch in COVID. It was crazy, especially musicians, because we perform live at bars and stuff in front of audiences that we can't have now because crowds are kind of banned. So. So I don't know how that's going to affect me. I did go back to live performing this year a lot. I've performed at least like 20 gigs this year. Like every Friday I'm doing Deacon Brody's, and then I had a few gigs here and there at other places, including some gigs with my band we got to stream. But now we're back in lockdown, so that's kind of a bummer. But what can you do? Yeah, you also have slightly bigger names like Herman Lee and Matt Heafy and T-Pain and Mark Rebier and Brandon Urie. Like, all of these like celebrities streaming on Twitch as well. So I've even gotten to like, you know, become friends with some of my idols. Like, me and Matt Heafy are in each other's DMs. I have his number. I can text him anytime. And he's got my back. Like, he's such a genuinely nice human being. And I never thought that, like, this metal band that I was obsessed with when I was, like, 15 years old, like, I would be friends with the lead singer. It's crazy to think about. Slightly bigger names, yeah. Well, I mean, everybody wants to be famous, right? Everybody wants fame on Twitch. But I'm just happy to be here. The fact that I can sustain myself and pay my rent, pay for my car, and like goals like this, like today's goal, I'm trying to save for a pottery class because I want to do pottery. Things like that. Like, I don't need millions. I just need thousands. You thought this was Ashley's stream? I know, there's a picture of her. It's very deceptive. I am not Ashley, though. As you can see, my hands are very tattooed. I am painting Ashley, though. Slowly but surely. The more I talk, the less I paint, though. That's my issue. I haven't quite figured out how to do both of them at the same time. But we are listening to my music right now, so if you're enjoying the music, check out Alana Sterling on Spotify. And you can peep my music there, and I do music streams a couple times a week. My schedule depends on my mental health, so it's very random. My mental and physical health, I should say, because I do have chronic illnesses that I deal with, and they've been doing pretty okay lately. Compared to what it was last year at this time, I'm healthy as a clam, which is not healthy, but like healthier than I was, you know. You usually ban the ones that ask if you want to be famous. Really? You know what I don't like is when people are like, don't forget me when you're famous. I'm like, first of all, I already forgot you because I have ADHD, okay? I have the memory span of a piece of Kleenex with a booger in it. And also, like, how conceited is that? Like, don't forget me when you're famous. It's like, well, how about you remember me right now when I'm not famous and get me there, you know? It's such a weird saying. And I get the intention. It's people are just like, oh, you're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. And I don't want you to forget about me. But yeah, I think that's kind of my biggest fear, is being forgotten. And it's a stupid fear because I'll never be forgotten. I live on in so many ways. But it's a lyric in a lot of my songs, is like, don't forget me. Or like, what if I disappear, you know? I haven't left my legacy yet. I still need to leave a legacy. But to be honest, my ambitions are somewhere between I never thought I was gonna make it to 27. I thought I would be dead by now. To I should be just as famous as Lady Gaga. I'm so talented. What the fuck? What happened? Like, it's like somewhere in between there at all times is my ambitions. Ooh, say no yeah. I love this song. It's so trippy. Oops. You developed mental health issues 6 to 8 years ago after an incident. Pretending you're fine is hard. Well, you know, I, first of all, can relate. But the biggest thing I've learned, because okay, first of all, I'm in therapy. I'm very open about that. And I'm only able to afford therapy because of you guys. You guys. All of the subs here, like literally helping me function as a human being because you pay for my meds and my therapy. So thank you. But one of the things we like to practice here is not pretending, being authentic with your emotions. And you know when people say feel your feelings, they're not saying like think about what you're feeling. They're saying just feel them, like feel it in your body, like where are you feeling that feeling? You know? It's like, oh, I'm not feeling okay. It's like, okay, well, close your eyes and picture it. Where are you feeling not okay? It's like, oh, in my stomach, it just feels rotten. Okay, what does it look like? What does the rotten look like? Okay, it looks like an apple that's been chewed up and left on the ground and worms are crawling in it. And then you just focus on that and you think about that and you feel it and you put your hand where you're feeling it. And you just breathe through it and observe it. You don't question why it's there. You don't try and push it away and say, hey, I wish I was happy right now. Why the fuck am I sad? You just accept it and you're like, I'm sad right now. And then it goes away. It's kind of nice. If you disappear, I'll come looking for you. Good. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people would care very deeply if I went missing. Which has come a long way since, 2 years ago. I was in a really bad place. And I'm slowly rebuilding myself. And I'm in a good place now, which is like, oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh no. I'm actually in a really good place in life right now, Like, sure, I might not have everything that I've ever wanted, but I'm content. I have what I need, and I have so many people who support me. And for so long, there was such a disconnect. It was like, I had so many people supporting me, loving me. I was doing what I wanted to do. I was doing music. I was streaming. But it just didn't, I had such bad imposter syndrome and dissociation that I felt like it wasn't attached to me. Like, I was so disconnected from it. And I didn't know how to, be in my body. Oh my gosh, I'm definitely gonna cry. It's okay. Art is therapy for me, honestly. So if there's teardrops in this watercolor, it's normal. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the life changer was when I finally got diagnosed with ADHD as an adult. Like, they could have caught it when I was younger, but they thought I just had depression and anxiety. And they put me on all sorts of pills for that, which made my brain all screwy. And didn't feel right. But this past year, I got on ADHD meds, and oh my god. The changes it's made. Like, misdiagnoses suck, because first of all, getting to see a therapist or a mental health professional, like psychiatrist, psychologist, is so hard. Picking up the phone to book an appointment is like an impossible challenge in itself, but actually getting an appointment is hard. And then once you get there, you've built up all these emotions for so long and all this trauma that you just become a mess. And then, it's not a guarantee that it's going to be a good doctor that you see. It's not always going to be a good fit. And then you're like, you just want to give up already. So finding the right person for you is such a challenge. And I wish mental health was more at least talked about. We're starting to talk about it more. Even on TikTok, you can see there's so many subsets of hashtags for ADHD, for bipolar, for schizophrenia. There's a whole collection of people out there sharing their experience, and I am so here for it because everyone has a unique experience in this world, and nobody's ever going to understand completely how someone else feels, but we can at least try to be a little bit more empathetic. And that will help a lot, because mental health has a fucking price tag on it. A very big price tag on it. Oh, I love you, Vero. And you, Soul Vibes. It's great to have you. It is very hard to feel vulnerable. You're right, Crickshank. Is there any way for ADHD to be dealt with without any medication? Andrea, again, with everything, it's a case-to-case basis. Every person is unique. There's definitely ways to manage your habits. And, like, especially if you have a partner in life, if you have a roommate or a parent or a partner who can help reinforce them. Sorry, my nose is all... I shouldn't be rubbing my nose on my hands. I should just blow it. For me, though, the medication makes a difference with my mental clarity because I have such an overactive mind that I almost got almost misdiagnosed with schizophrenia. I've been misdiagnosed. This doctor, this doesn't even count, but someone diagnosed me as borderline personality. But all of those are misdiagnoses. And I know because I literally, get this, I went to university and I got a degree in biomedical science with a spec in neuroscience and took every psychology course I could just so I could figure out what the fuck was wrong with me. That's where my brain was at. I was so fed up with the system. And, you know, here we are today. Yeah, my imagination is just too wild. So I actually get auditory kind of, not hallucinations per se, but like, it's very hard for me to do anything because the thoughts and the ideas in my head are so loud and so constant. It's like a swarm of thoughts and videos and sounds and things playing on my head constantly. And with the medication, it just turns them down. It was magic. Like, I thought it was just gonna help me focus, but I didn't realize what the thing preventing me from focusing was. And that was my thoughts, my overactive brain. Because it's a fucking carnival up there. It's crazy. And then I take the meds and it's just quiet, it's calm, and I can actually use my brain like it's like a blank palette. Versus my usual brain is like, oh my god, there's like 4 songs playing, there's a sound effect from that one video game like going on repeat in one corner of my brain, there's imaginary scenarios going on, I'm thinking about next week, it's chaos. And I was so dysfunctional, and I tried to self-medicate with drugs, I tried to drink so that, you know, I could just not think. I tried to do, you know, whatever I could to make those thoughts go away, and of course I was depressed because, you know, I was depressed because I thought there was something wrong with me, and there very much is nothing wrong with me. It's just my way of thinking, but ADHD can lead to depression. And in my case, I got very depressed, and they saw the depression, but they didn't see the cause was actually ADHD. So, yeah, system lets us down. It's horrifying because now we're in this global pandemic, and people who have never experienced anxiety in their lives are experiencing it. People who've never had depression are in the worst depression of their lives, and we have no systems in place to help those people. Like, even regular healthcare is overloaded right now. So mental health care is even worse than that somehow. Which is why I stream, because I think it's so important to have a place to talk about mental health and to show people that you can be vulnerable and it's not going to hurt you. To have feelings is okay. It means you're human. But they never teach you that in school. Ooh, we're listening to Aces now. Yeah, the PTSD also is something that I took a specific form of therapy, desensitization, and like revisiting therapy is like really scary, but it helped a lot. You're not able to take meds? Yeah, some people can't take the meds. Like, even me, like, I don't take them every single day because it does kind of upset my stomach a little bit. And I've had stomach issues since I was a kid, too. It's my chronic illness is my guts attack themselves, essentially. I've had intestinal ulcers and all sorts of gross stuff. I was diagnosed with Crohn's really young. But I went into remission after I got off antidepressants, actually, and just started smoking a lot of weed. I don't smoke as much weed now, but I mostly smoke CBD. Oh, I keep forgetting I have tea. Oh, that's not my tea. I have 3 mugs. I currently have 1. This is gonna be a walk of shame. 1, 2, 3 mugs of various beverages. Okay. This is shameful. Hi, Raspirit. It's good to see you. You quit your studies because you couldn't focus. It was like 3 hours of looking into the same page. Yeah, I felt the same. Like, I was great in high school. I literally was the top student they've ever seen. I graduated. I'm not trying to brag. I graduated with like a 96% average, which is insane. I aced everything to the point where they made me skip 1.5 grades, and I was so applied and so driven. But as soon as I went to university, I was like, I can't focus. Yeah, it's the structure. I needed that structure and I didn't have it, and I felt like, I'm like, what the hell is this just going over my head? Like, what's going on? So I actually took 5 years to do my degree because I just could not do 5 different subjects at once. And, I definitely experimented with drugs in university. I feel like everybody does when you go to parties and stuff. And the closest thing I ever felt to feeling normal was, like, trying Adderall. And, like, I was like, what the fuck? This makes you guys, like, high? Or they're like, no, it helps us focus. And they're like grinding their teeth and shit. And I'm like, oh, I just feel calm. Like, this is crazy. But, we're kind of a oh moment. It's like, yeah, no, you need those every day. Probably for the best. Oh my gosh, Yarrow. Oh, have you been on the wait list for 4 years? You took 5.5 years for university? Honestly, take your time. I don't understand how anybody could expect one student to learn, and it's usually stuff that doesn't overlap either. Like, I was taking like psychology and microbiology and bioethics. Like, so in one class I'm writing a philosophy essay on the like pros and cons of surrogate mothers, and then the other one I'm like the electrophosphorescent effect of the NFGE1 protein in bacteriophloromonas. And then the other class, I'm learning about how children develop their brains, and it was just so much information. Like, looking back, I probably should have taken 3 courses at a time instead of 5, but I did get special accommodations, and that helped so much. I finally got like special accommodations, and my grades went from being like D's and C's to like A's, and occasionally B's. But that's neither here nor there. That's like way in the past. So that's why I'm excited to do this pottery class, because I haven't taken a class in a while. The last class I took was a music producer course. And I did pretty good in that course, but I don't remember anything I learned. I was really good when we were in class, and then as soon as we were out of class, I forgot everything. I didn't take any notes, because it's hard to take notes when it's like working in Ableton, right? So, but yeah. Not looking forward to it, but really need to do it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's really hard work. Healing yourself is hard work. And it's gonna hurt a lot. It's just like if you got an arrow stabbed into your chest. It hurts going in. It's gonna hurt like a motherfucker coming out. But once it's out, you can actually start to heal. And that was the case for me as well with my traumas. But I'm getting there. It is still a process. And a big part of the process is having the right community around you to help you through it. And that community could be anything. It could be your friends on Twitch, could be your gaming buddies, could be your dog, or whatever pet you have, could be your parents. Probably not your parents, because statistically your parents are probably the ones that fucked you up in the first place. No offense. But, oh my gosh. Coffee, welcome. Yay, thank you for saying that. Aw. Yeah, today's very chill. The music playlist is so random though. I let Spotify take the wheel, and it's just been bouncing between different Twitch musicians, but like genre-wise, I don't think Spotify has a clue what it's done.
No, not this time.
Yeah, step by step you can get there. All right, Chad, I have a question for you. What is your idea of self-care? Like for you specifically, when you're like, oh my gosh, I've been doing too much, I'm burning out, I need to take care of myself. What's your self-care look like? Who is this? Tip Stevens? I don't know this person. Yoga? Classic. It's one of my go-tos as well. I kind of have to do yoga or my chronic pain will just take over my body and make my life a living hell. Vipassana? You mean vinyasa? Vinyasa? I can't speak apparently. Eating a meal and sleeping? That's great. Honestly, that's big part of mine too. Is I have a restrictive intake disorder, which basically means I'm like a psychologically picky eater. Like I can only eat things based on textures, colors, and like the specific vibe of food. I have to be in the right vibe. If the food gives me bad vibes, I won't eat it. So I just like, I'm so skinny because I also have a hard time breaking down food just because of my gut condition, but yeah. But eating a good meal, like cooking for yourself, cleaning up the dishes before you even like sit down, so nice. Eat a button? Oh, a butt ton. There's 3 T's. I was like, eat a button. What are you, Coraline? Are we in Coraline right now? Medicinal marijuana. I got my medicinal weeds right here, baby. These are so great. I haven't smoked any this week because I've been doing pretty okay. Except for the day after Christmas. My stomach was in such knots from all the food I ate. But yeah, medicinal weed. I know, the container's so nice. I'm probably gonna use it for art stuff, like, cause they give you all this excessive packaging, but like, it opens up like this, and I'm like, I could put little art things inside of it, probably. It's so cute. Oh. Vipassana is when you let all of your emotions go through you while you are just observing them without trying to change them. I didn't know that. I'm gonna write that down. Vipassana. I'm a sticky note person. I have 500,000 of these, and I write down things and I pin it to the board. Vipassana. Let all your emotions go through you There you go. Going up on my board. That's the word for it. I learned about that. Like, my therapist is more like a shaman than a therapist. She's done a lot of like spiritual studies and practices to get to where she is and her methods and stuff. But that was like the first thing she taught me. She's like, okay, you've got a lot of monkeys in your head and they're all telling you different things. But you are not a monkey. Like, you can tell those monkeys to fuck off. Pretty much her words. What's up, Rogue Snake? How are you? Oh, it has a mirror too, so you can watch yourself smoke. It's not really a mirror. I think it's just to preserve it or something. I don't know. Notice how my train of thought is a lot better today than it was on the last art stream because I actually took my meds. No, that's not the color. I actually have to go to the bathroom, chat, so I will be right back. But I'll leave the music on. Actually, wait, I should show you a music video while I'm gone, shouldn't I? Be on B. And if, wait, is my mic muted? No, my mic's still good. Okay, if you guys want to take a quick break and stretch or make yourself a tea, or if you forgot to take your meds, go do that now. I gotta go use the washroom. And we'll continue this topic when I get back. Alright, let's see, what are we gonna watch? I need to upload more videos to YouTube. Okay, so for those of you who haven't heard of me, let's show you a live song. So this is my song called Object. I hope you like it. Oops. No. There we go. Okay, be right back.
Of your obsession, I ain't your possession, so just move along. I've been a lone wolf my whole life, no question. You better learn your lesson and just move on. Cause you're pulling me too close to the edge and pushing me away. Mister, better listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip from my wrist and I'm on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips, pressed into your lips, try to push you away. It's written on my face. Driving me insane. Every time I try to escape, you try to place the blame. So it's my fault. I don't want to be playing stupid games now. Feel free to take your tea. Oh, the feelings you insert in me. Now I'm not the lady in your prophecy, so get your demons off of me. Now logically you're bad for me. Typically you're mad at me. You see black and white. You see wrong and right, but it's all wrong. Yeah, I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. I ain't your possession, so just move along. I've been a lone wolf my whole life, no question. You better learn your lesson and just move on. Cause you're pulling me too close to the edge and pushing me away. Mister, better listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip from my wrist and I might say I got bruises on my wrist, on my hips, on my fingertips, pressing to your lips, try to push you away. Hey, it's written on my face.
got your pics of the litter, a coop full of heads. But I'm not a tricky pools, want you, you don't want them. You got your eyes on the prize, yeah, the golden goose. But she won't lay eggs for you unless you let her loose. Cause you find the one you're losing, cruising for a bruising. You're abusing your power and now I'm gonna lose it on you. Because you see black and white, you see wrong and right, but it's all wrong. And I don't wanna be the object of your obsession. I ain't in your possession, so just move along. Move along, cause I've been alone for my whole life, no question. You better learn your lesson and move on. Cause you're pulling me too close to it, you're pushing me away. Mr. Better listen here to what I got to say. Release your grip from my wrist and I might stay. I got bruises on my wrists, on my hips, on my fingertips. Pressed into your lips, try to push you away. It's written on my face. Oh, I can't forget, but I can't forget. Don't try to know my lesson, but I just haven't yet. I can't forgive, but I can't forget. Oh, try to know my lesson, but I just haven't yet. Oh, I can't forgive, I cannot forget. Try to know my lesson, but I just haven't yet. Oh, I can't forgive, but I can't
What? That was 2.
That grooving was awesome. That
Alright, we're back. Okay, nope, stop. Anyways, if you like that, I got tons more stuff on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. Right here. That was performed live. And thanks to the generosity of my Twitch community. You guys basically help me make stuff. That's how it works. Hi, Timon. How are you? Oh my gosh. So vibey. Thank you. Yeah, so that's a song I kind of wrote. I mean, the lyrics are pretty plain and obvious, like in your face. Why is he focusing on the pen? Focus on this. Oh, it's focusing on the paper towel, maybe? I think I just need to make the face more face-like, and then it'll realize that I'm painting a face. Oh, you got Dungeons and Dragons? Nice! Dungeons and Dragons is so hard to find, like, a crew that's, like, consistent to play with. But yeah, that song was, like, me being sick of being treated like an object, you know. Hashtag just things you experience as a femme-presenting individual. By the way, my pronouns are they, them. For those of you who are new, I am assigned female at birth, but like, I'm gender fluid, so my gender identity kind of changes with the days. It's difficult to explain, but I don't think it needs explanation. If you guys can accept and love like David Bowie, then that's pretty much it. Or like Jesse and James from Team Rocket. I'm really liking how this is turning out so far, but we're gonna put in more details on the eyes to make her come alive. It's a good way to describe it. Yeah, like there's so many androgynous rock stars, like women looking like men, men looking like women, like all that stuff. I love it. Oh, I kind of just want to listen to Sunny Day right now. Let's listen to Mimi. Okay, I love Juliet. I don't want to pause this, but so we're gonna listen to her full album, Museum of Sins. So this is another streamer on Twitch you should check out. She's from Hungary and she makes amazing music. Alien is a bop. Thank you. Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I was gonna say Freddie Mercury too, but I don't know. Oh, Queen as well. Like all of these icons. Looking through your YouTube right now and see that you have a song called Alien. And I've actually written lyrics with the same title. Nice! You write lyrics? Oh my gosh. Are you a songwriter too? Lately I've been on a more punk vibe with my writing. But I still haven't put out the album that I wrote. But my producer's working on it like probably today and tomorrow. And I've got to put some work on it tonight, like on With Me, which is going to be on it. I just had a hard time motivating myself because of COVID. It's been really difficult to do things, and especially finding motivation in this time. But it's gotta come out, and then as soon as it does, I can move forward. I feel like I have like a clogged toilet, but the toilet is my brain, and the clog is just my music. You know? It's so hard to create right now. Like, I want to do all these cool music videos with like huge audiences, and like I have all these ideas, but it's never gonna happen. She released an acoustic collection. Oh, no way. That's awesome. I love how you both said that at the same time. I'll have to check it out. Because, yeah, that's it. Like, I have so many songs I've written, and I'm constantly creating new ones, but I never record them because I'm a perfectionist. I'm a perfectionist with executive dysfunction. So, like, it has to be perfect. Otherwise, I can't do it, and it's never gonna be perfect, so why even bother starting? But I have so many ideas. Anyways, if you're a tier 3 sub here, you get access to all of my ideas, all of my unpublished things in the Discord, including my musical diaries, which are basically me improvising on piano and singing and just letting my heart speak. It's really cool. A lot of those musical diaries I kind of want to turn into actual songs, but it'll take a lot of time and effort. So jazz-inspired pop rock. Interesting. You just have the lyrics. Well, you know, you just... Wait, what? Wire? Excuse me? Who? What? What? Hello? Who? Huh? Excuse moi? That is a huge donation. I would like to thank you. Oh, hey, why? Wait, what? That was you? Oh my god. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god. Dude. I'm so excited to do this pottery class. I don't even know what I'm gonna make, but I just want to make stuff with my hands and get my hands dirty. I'm very excited. So And it just gives me something to do. Like, I haven't felt connected with people. Like, I have my friend circle, but I'm an adult and I want to do things that I wish I could have done when I was younger, you know? So, I already booked the pottery class. It's on my credit card though, so this will help pay off the credit card. Thank you so much, Wire. Theory bothered you? Yeah, music theory is kind of complex, but you know. To me, it's simple. To me, music theory is like sacred geometry, like I have on my hands. It's the most simple thing and it just makes sense. But that's because I grew up playing piano at such a young age. Like, it was the first thing I did. And it just clicked with me. Okay. I'm focusing a lot on chat and not a lot on the painting, so. Learned it badly. That sucks. Has there ever been... People ask me that a lot. They're like, oh my gosh, is there anything you're not good at? I'm like, I think that's a compliment, right? I want to say no. I'm perfect. I'm good at everything. Haha. I have defeated this world and all of its intentions to make me feel like I'm unlovable. Yeah, it's Ashley. She's coming along. I feel like I missed out on a lot of things as a kid, and somehow now I take the time to do the things that I enjoy. Exactly. You gotta do what you wish you could have done as a kid. If you were robbed of your childhood or you had a shitty childhood, guess what? Chapter 2. Adult child. You get to do what you want. So for me, I bought roller skates this year. I'm gonna take a pottery class. I'm gonna try all these new things that I really wanted to try, but couldn't afford to do. And it's all thanks to you guys. I'm freaking stoked. Ashley is a vibe. Yeah, take care of your inner child. You want to learn how to paint? Then paint. Start painting. It's not hard. It's not that expensive. I mean, it is kind of expensive, but but once you start, I promise you won't want to stop. Because it'll just get better and better every time. Okay. I really love this. Like, look at this. Look at this face. It's not focusing on her face. There you go. Okay. She is a vibe. She gives off this beautiful golden amber aura of like, hey, take things slow. It's okay. Slow down. Live your life. So I'm very like this painting. I'm basically imagining it dripped in honey, and we're building on it slowly but surely. But that's just how my watercolors go, and that's why I'm not gonna do oils or acrylics on stream anymore because watercolors, you need patience. You need to wait for it to dry. Whereas acrylics is like, okay, chat, shut up. I need to do this before it dries, or I will be doomed. And then I go to put my paintbrush in the paint and it's already dry. And I'm like, damn it. I spent 5 minutes mixing that paint. You made friends with a group of people and you're doing artsy things now. Yay! Yes, artsy friends are the best. Having a community of artistic friends is so important because not only does it encourage you to create, it also gives you feedback and inspiration. Like, you can get feedback for your work and inspiration for future works. So my artsy friend is coming over. I mean, we're playing Magic the Gathering, but Magic the Gathering is quite an artistic game in itself when you think about it. Just look at the reference photo. So she's got she does have a little bit of a dimple chin, doesn't she? And Oh. And I just want to make sure this color isn't too dark before I go messing up everything. There we go. But yeah, my friend Julia, she actually wants to try streaming. And if she does, I'm gonna shout out the crap out of her. Because she's a really talented artist. She's actually the one who taught me how to do the fluid pours. So like, ooh, this stuff, I made this. This was my first ever fluid pour. Come on, camera, you can do it. The lighting is kind of dark in here. Let me. Ooh. There you go. There's this one spot on it that didn't quite stick for some reason, but anyways. Yeah, so this is for sale too, by the way. It's got one piece of glitter in it somehow. I didn't even know. It's got some glitter in it. Anyways, it's really cool. I wonder if I'm trying to find the angle where the light reflects, but you can't see the light. There you go. So yeah, Julia taught me how to do flute art, stuff like this. Isn't that cool? Get lost in it. I want to do more stuff like that, but it's very messy and it's like it's a summer kind of art because, oh my gosh, don't get my microphone in the paint water. Ah! So yeah, we would get together, we'd grab a couple ciders or whatever, and just sit in my backyard in the grass and put out a big plastic sheet and just throw paint everywhere, essentially, is what we did. I wish this had a dimmer on it, this light. Maybe I can just like, can I put like a paper towel on you and make you dimmer? I could. Am I gonna set my house on fire if I do this though? Okay. Creative people have creative solutions. Make your own light dimmer. Tape a piece of paper towel to your light. A guitar made out of fluid art stuff? Yeah, well, because you can play with resin too. So resin is the shiny stuff that I poured on top of it to make it look like it was glass almost. But yeah, I've done a few pours that have turned out so cool, and then I pick them up and they're not dry, and then they just, and I'm like, no. So it's a very traumatic art form because you never know if you're gonna get a masterpiece or a crapster piece. An masterpiece. A masterpiece. But it's fun to watch regardless. The whole process of it is just exhilarating. Like dumping a whole bunch of paint. You just dump it. You're like, bonk. I had a lot of fun with it. I did a really big commission. I don't actually have the commission because I sent it to the person, but thanks, Jackie. Enjoy your lurk. But I do have pieces of it actually. I'll show you. because I clipped the tambourine on my way back in. I did so much experimenting. So I did like canvas paper. How does canvas paper absorb it? And then this is actual canvas. These were supposed to be planets, by the way. Like I cut it to be shaped like a planet and then sewed the canvas onto another canvas. Like I'm an art fanatic, so. And this one is like super cool. But I just wanted to make sure I got the colors that the client wanted, because I think this, like me, I'm drawn to this, but the client was more drawn to this kind of thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, right? Or the deep crimson, like this almost looks like blood volcano, you know? So I have all these like swatches of like fluid dynamic paintings. But they're like pieces of past art that are just left over. So I'm like, I'm keeping them in case I need them for something. They'll probably come in handy, right? Like I can't just throw that away.
Hey, do you hear me?
But yeah, the last time Julie came over, we did these gorgeous fluid art, and she's like, I'll just leave it here. And I was like, yeah, no worries. I'll take it in when it's dry. And so I left it outside. I did my stream, whatever. Anyways, it started pouring rain outside. And I cried because, like, we left our art outside to dry in the sun, and then like an hour later it just flash rained and just drowned all the art. I was so upset. But then I was like, you know what? It's not like I spent hours putting every meticulous detail. Like, it's literally fluid art. You literally just dump paint and hope for the best. It's my favorite method of art because you can't be mad at it. It's like, well, what was your investment? What did it cost you? It costed you a whole tube of paint. That's it. It didn't cost you any mental effort. It just, I don't know. It was frustrating. It is so messy though. And uses a lot of paint. Alright, I'm talking, I'm not painting. Let's go. Yeah, the rain finished it. The rain was like, no, this is my painting now. Okay. I'm really excited to do the patterns on this shirt, but I'm gonna leave that for last. Let's do the face. Okay. I'm wondering if I should go in with a marker after. Whoop, there goes my paper towel masterpiece. With like a marker and outline it. I probably will, just to give it more dimension. Alright. Focus mode activated. Her eyes are green, right? They're like green. They're hazel. They're hazel. Behind these hazel eyes. Got a hair on the painting. No. Oh my gosh, the tea that I've long forgotten about. Yes, it's been steeped so long it tastes like butt. What have I done? I made stream late so I could make a tea and it tastes like a butt. Let's add some more detail to the hair while we wait for the face to dry. She's coming together. She's coming to life. Like, Ash she looks like a video game character, honestly. She's like meant to be a video game character. I love this. Drawing curly hair is so fun. Hi! Bonsoir, ça va? Butt tea. Yes, I'm drinking butt tea. I'm painting AshleyRoboto. She's another streamer here on Twitch, and if you haven't heard of her, you should check her out. She's wonderful, super positive, uplifting, and dorky. She'll know I said that with love. Dorky in the best of ways. She has such orange hair. Like, it is like orange. Wow. I'm gonna have to make this color because I don't have it yet again. That happened with the last painting with Andy the Frenchie. Your hair colors are so complex. So New Year's is coming up. Does anybody have any special plans for New Year's? The only correct answer is watching my New Year's stream. Okay, chat? Or I guess I should say, what are your New Year's resolutions? Do you have anything you want to work on next year? Anything you're looking forward to next year? Hi, Pegasi, welcome. I'm watching my New Year's Eve stream. Perfect. You're gonna practice your photography. Ooh, fun. What kind of camera? Do you get one of those bitchin' ones? Like this one? Like this daddy that can zoom? Zoom to the nth degree? Sleeping, also a great plan. I'm thinking about how my New Year's Eve is gonna go because I still don't know. Last year I had a bit of a plan, but this year I have no plan yet. So, next new job next year. It's pretty exciting. That's nice. Yeah, I don't know. It feels so weird. Like this COVID thing is still going on. Still in a pandemic. So I don't know. It's crazy to think a whole year's gone by. Yo, like I don't understand. Like 2021 just didn't exist in my brain. I made so much progress though. Like I did so many things this year. Made so much growth as a human being. I gotta sneeze. But it's not coming out. Better at time management stuff. That's so hard. I don't know how to do that. Like I could make that a goal, but like I will never accomplish it. Can't even remember if I made resolutions last year and if I stuck with them. Oh, it's probably in my bullet journal if I did. I guess my resolution is to write things down more. Like, I have a bullet journal, but I haven't really been using it well this year. And I'm usually like writing down like, oh, today I went to the store, or, you know, I got to see my friend, or I did a stream and we got rated by this person. Like I used to write down a little thing for every day because I have a hard time remembering what happens in a year. And if I don't remember what happens, it's like it almost never happened, right? So I guess that's my goal. No, it goes in. She's surprised, Merms. Not old, just surprised. Drawing surprise lines, but they look more like wrinkles. Oh no. Ash, what have I done to your face? Your beautiful face. That's the other thing about this portrait. It's going to be a challenge painting expressions because I'm used to painting people whose faces are pretty muted. Yeah, I have been a bullet journal person for so long. Like I have journals upon journals, like thick. They used to sell these at the dollar store, and they're great because they're holographic, which is my total aesthetic. But it's like literally front to back, full, and then this one too, front to back, full. I'm on, I think, my 6th bullet journal right now, but I just stopped using it as much because of COVID. Like, I have no schedule. It's stupid. I should have more schedule. Like, I just, it's hard to force yourself into some sort of routine when everything around you is just the same unchanging background noise. And the whole thing was that I had gigs and stuff. I had to work around all my gigs, and I had to plan like all my things with friends. But now it's like, ooh, nope. So, oh yeah? Wait, you've gone through the whole tree on Duolingo? I can't. That's also another goal. It's like, instead of starting my morning by scrolling social media, I want to start my morning with Duolingo. Because there's gonna be, like, it's inevitable that I can't get out of bed in the morning. So I'm gonna go on my phone and I'm gonna do something on my phone until my brain turns on. But maybe that thing will be learning a language instead of scrolling social media. Consume less, create more, essentially, is my goal. Like, if I have enough time to be consuming content, I should be creating content. Nope, that does not belong there. That does not belong there. That's okay. We will work around it. Okay. So we need more shadows. Let's get some purples. Don't keep your phone next to your bed. If I don't, I don't know, I just can't. I have to have it near my bed. I don't know any way to wake up. Like, it used to be like if I had something to do in the morning, I would get up and I would hate every freaking waking second of it. But now I just wake up when I want to wake up and my days go so much better. I'm not a morning person at all. I don't know how to get out of bed. I used to set alarms, but now I literally just wake up when my body says I'm ready to wake up. Why are you not budging? No! You're supposed to dilute, my friend. The color just stuck. What the heck? No. It's not. What the hell is happening here? Meditating and reading more. I suck at reading. I bought a whole bunch of books and I read almost the whole book on the first day just because of the dopamine that I got from purchasing the book. Gave me enough, like, dopamine to focus on the book. But now that I stopped reading every day, it's like, oh, nope, can't get back into it now. It's almost impossible. Why did it just, like, what? It's like a permanent marker washed up into my watercolors. This side's doing okay, but I don't know why the other side decided to be so weird. The way I tell where we are in the month is knowing when your next D&D game is, right? Yeah, having at least one scheduled thing definitely helps a lot. For me, my one scheduled thing is my gigs at Deacon Brody's, but I really hope that those continue, you know? I don't know if that's not a for certain thing, so we'll see. I gotta send out some messages tonight and hopefully get a response before the new year. Okay. Tabarnak. This color's being very stubborn. I don't know why. Why you do this? This is that one line. It looks so weird. You know what? It's probably the pencil. It's probably the graphite underneath that got caught up in the paints. Yeah. No, I am no good at routine at all. If anybody has any suggestions on how to make a routine, I'm all ears. Because I'm lost. I am so lost.
Praise it and embrace it. On the set to never break or replace it. If you waste it,
Hi! What's up, Dizzy Doberman?
one heart better save it. Taking it slowly, 'cause I wanna know you like you let go. Swear it always revolves, despite how far it goes. But taking it slowly, only when it just left, and still it burns. The end of the rain is gone. Under the river, rise my hidden soul. Under the river, fighting counterflow.
That line is like messing with my head. Don't know how I'm gonna work around it. There we go. We'll just go extra hard and make it ridiculous.
Gonna make it if I waste it. Will I face it? Only got one heart, better save it. Taking it slowly, keep it lonely, looking at God. Know where to go. The end of the rain is cold. Under the river, rise my hidden soul.
Pretty far with the German tree, but not done yet. Yeah, with Duolingo though, you never really get to this fluently speaking it part. It's just you know a lot of words in it. But that's crazy that you made it through that many. That's a lot of work. Routine? Don't know her. Never heard of her. Doesn't exist in my mind. Does not. I think the only way to make this work is if I make everything darker to complement it. Unfortunately. Okay, but first, we need a deeper. So this is what happens when chat is calm and I can actually paint. Uh-huh. What am I listening to right now? I'm not sure if I can listen to this because I don't think I have the rights to it. So, let's see. Well, she got Taboo, but let's... Did she release the acoustic under her own name? Or... Because I'm not seeing it on Spotify. Oh, I didn't realize Justine was on the album. That's cool. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom? Okay, let me find it. Easier or Iodine? No, that's just a bunch of remixes. Oh, there you go, compilation. Cool.
Don't mind
Oh, this is gorgeous. Oh my gosh, I love it.
You wanna take it off, at least so, but you don't wanna talk about it. Just gets too personal, making you feel vulnerable. Nobody wants to be the fool, but a bit more careful now before somebody figures you out. You will never get all your lovers, get all the tears wasted on the banks of broken frontiers.
This is really cute.
Worries, get all the time. I saw you waiting to be found. I don't know, feeling lonely now. Need somebody now to keep you warm at night. Has by the taboo, taboo. This taboo is run dry. It's got us feeling off the tongue tied. One touch, rewind. We should have taken this up by now, but you don't wanna talk about it 'cause it gets too personal.
Hi, 42. Welcome.
You feel vulnerable.
You need to start reading The Wheel of Time. I keep hearing people talk about it. I don't know what it is. There's so many things happening in this world to keep track of. You know?
Somebody now to keep you warm at night. Hush by the taboo, taboo. Taboo is run dry. It's got us feeling off the tongue tied. One touch, rewind.
Oh, I got paint on my arm. How you doing, 42? Good to see you. Welcome to the Aught stream. We were talking like maniacs in the first half, and I think the second half everybody just calmed down and everyone's just chilling. Everyone's here for the lurk. Either that or they were like, oh no, this art is awful, I'm leaving. Oh, this music is so beautiful. I can't. So good. Oh, I need a shoulder massage. Chat? Maybe? I should probably text my massage therapist. We had to reschedule because I was sick last time. Get back all the tears wasted on the banks of broken frontiers. Nice, yeah. I haven't paid much attention to the lyrics. I catch a word here and there, but I just usually listen to the song overall. Okay, I'm gonna need to mix a color. This feels like it's, oh my gosh, this is like exploded. Okay, so that's not an option. Actually, that's a pretty good color match right there. Oh my gosh! Bubuchin boys. Wait, Bubuchin or Bubuchin? Is that German? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How was your stream? What? That's crazy. 68 people. Welcome. I'm Mermaid Unicorn. We're painting right now. This is from last stream. I'm not professionally trained. I just kind of fool around with paints and hope for the best. Francais! Ben, bienvenue, je m'appelle Mermaid Unicorn. J'habite à Ottawa, en Canada. Je suis bilingue, mais français est ma deuxième langue et c'est... Oupsies. Ce n'est pas parfait. Bienvenue! Ghost of a Tale. Wait, what? Is that a game? Anyways, this is some of my art. Je chante, je suis une chanteuse et aussi je joue le piano et guitare et beaucoup des instruments, plusieurs instruments et je chante aussi. It's a game with a small mouse. Oh, it's Boubouchin Bois, not boys, right? A small mouse escaping many dangers. That's so cute. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're currently painting another streamer. Her name's AshleyRoboto. Because she looks like honey dripped in the shade of yellow. But thank you for the raid. The next music stream will probably be in about 2 days. If you guys wanted to hear what my music sounds like, there's also, it's on YouTube and Spotify and things like that. But right now we're just having a chill art stream. Just hanging out, listening to good tunes, and making magic happen. Because art is magic. Anything you can create, it didn't exist before you created it. So that in itself is pretty magical. C'est la magique. Bonsoir, merci encore. That's so cool, thank you. Et pour tous mes nouveaux et nouvelles, bienvenue. I'm more known for my music than my art, but today felt like an art day. Bonjour Margarine. Oh my goodness. I really like this acoustic album because I can actually like focus on what she's singing, right? Oops. Too much water. It's looking wonderful. Thank you. Oh, it's such a challenge. It's a couple firsts. How can she stand still for? You mean this beautiful picture of Ashley that I've frozen in time? Does Ashley know? Yeah, she actually rated us earlier today, Teeny. It was a fat rate. It was like 500 people. I'm sure there's maybe a few stragglers that are still hanging around from there. But yeah. I've never done this expression before. Like, she's looking like she has like her eyebrows up, like she's like, you know? So I'm not really sure. I've never painted expressions before. I've mostly just done plain, like, model-y kind of, you know, the Stone Cold Killer face. Like, no expression or smiling. But this is an expression I haven't tried before. So it's interesting to study how the lines of the face change. And as well, I haven't really painted anybody with curly hair like this. She's got like these beautiful, gorgeous ringlets. And I thought it'd be fun to experiment. As you can see, I'm not really sure how to draw it, but I want to give the effect of curls. Again, I'm not trying to be realistic. I'm trying to just make art, right? So the goal is have fun with it and paint how you see it. And I strongly encourage anybody to try and make some art of their own, even if you just have a pencil or a pen. Do some doodles along with us. And you'll be surprised what you can create. She does create interesting photographs. Yeah, she's like such a supermodel. She's like a casual supermodel. And she knows her way around Photoshop very well as well. As we've seen with the feet hands and the hand feets. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave the hair for now because we can always come back and add more later. But I want to try and figure out this expression because right now she's just. I'm trying. How to. Okay. There we go. I need to zoom in on this reference photo real quick. Those photos make you feel not okay anymore, right? They're kind of creepy. Thanks, Pilgrim. Oh, you're still here. Awesome. Hi, Cheeky Chucky. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. I ate before stream, but 'tis the way of life. Is I just am always hungry. I have to eat small meals throughout the day, and then I get hungry. Okay, let's go with the detail brush. This one's also a lot bigger than the last painting I did, so it's gonna take longer. But yeah, fish and chips. Yum. I haven't had that in so long. I'm more of a chicken nuggets kind of person. Cute. Okay, she's kind of coming to life now.
These little desires creeping and crawling inside my head. These little desires, I'm feeling dizzy. They say what you desire is on the other side of your greatest fear. I can show you where the real fun is. Come out and play with me. Breathing slowly.
I actually used to do art streams on Facebook Live before I streamed on Twitch. Funny enough. Can't believe I didn't think like immediately like, oh, you should be a streamer. You know? I was already doing this. And most of it was like not even talking to chat. I just put the camera on me while I was making art and let people kind of sit and watch.
These little desires, they're taking and they're tugging and they don't slow down. These little desires are the only rearranging sounds. If they say you can stay quiet, live by the rules of a golden eagle, but he will start at feet and slowly end up laying out. Breathing slowly. Are you ready for the darkest side of the visions that could take me wild west at night?
There's one color missing. And then- You made cornbread? Sounds delicious. Head to bed or play games until 5 a.m. It is the week between Christmas and New Year's Eve. You don't have to do anything. This time does not exist for anybody, honestly. This is like the Twilight Zone. It just doesn't exist. This is probably gonna take a lot more time. Thank you. Yeah, the curly red hair is signature Ash. But especially the outfit. I love the outfit in this. just figuring out how I can do the glasses. I'm gonna have to finish her eyes first. That's the other thing. I don't think I've ever painted anybody with glasses before. This is a lot of firsts. This is a very challenging piece for me. But I'm just doing it for the sake of making art, you know. It's not a commission or anything, so there's nothing to lose. Thank you for the resub, Stefanus. Welcome back. Eyes are so hard to do because they're so tiny. That's why I made it so big. Because I wanted to get her outfit in it, but... I'm really liking how it's going so far, though. Maybe I'll do... Oh, thank you. Thanks for that kind, sweet message. You're so sweet. Especially for gain weight. Yeah, no, we just eat. We do nothing but eat and eat and eat. And then it's New Year's Eve and we make all these resolutions. And then depression. Welcome to January. Depression. I don't know how I'm probably gonna have to go back when it's dry and like do some white on top of these buttons. That did not work. Hi Des, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome to the painting stream. The other thing too is like I really could go in this with a marker. I love markers on any kind of painting. I'll like use marker to outline stuff and just give it that really three-dimensional pop art look. Yo, Trey, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Welcome to the art stream. And Diz with the 41 heckin' months. Let's go. I'm almost worried if I make the background too yellow, it might make her not stand out as much. But what if I make it like honeycomb brown? If I make it really... How do I want to do the background? I love how the shirt looks already, honestly. Just with the watercolor drips. Chef, thanks for gifting another sub. You're so sweet. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna take a stretch break and think. Oh my gosh.
Sometimes it's all it takes to get
Oh, my hand is so cold. My hands are so cold. Oh. Chat, stretch with me. I know you can't see me stretching, but just trust me, I am stretching. Wow, I just looked at my viewer count. I can't believe there's that many people here for an art stream. That's amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god, hi. There's so many people. Okay. Do you guys mind if I go to the bathroom again? So many lurkers. Yes, hi. It's okay if you're lurking. I appreciate that. Alright. I'll be right back. Should we put on another video? Put on a short one this time. Yeah. No, I'm glad you are. Whoop. Let's put on Alien. Why not? Alien's short. Hopefully long enough for me to pee and wash my hands, but not too long. Alright. I just gotta do that and then move this. And then bam! Wait, sorry, I'll restart it. Be right back.
So beautiful. I'm only happy when I'm high. Seems I've forgotten how to cry. I lie awake and I can't shake these thoughts that creep into my mind. Inside you're over infantile and I hide, but only for a while. This trial and error is getting me nowhere. Where am I now? There's no right way, no matter which path I take. Electricity itching in my chest. Never wish you anything less than the best. It's just I'm a little sensitive, and you're sensitive too. So we hold it in a bottle till it breaks and it cuts and it hurts, and we blow it in a bubble. Watch it swell, watch it burst. Where am I now? I'm trying to navigate in space. Take me to a better place. 'Cause it's so hard when you're battling the elements, and my heart will never mend. And I feel like an alien, and I feel like an alien, There's no right way, no matter which path I take. Somebody show me how. I'm trying to navigate in space. Take me to a better place. 'Cause it's so hard when you're battling the elements, and my heart will never mend. And I feel like an alien, and I feel like an alien. So beautiful, flying in my uniform. So beautiful, flying in my uniform. So beautiful, flying in my. So there's that. That music video almost gives me like
PTSD because it was such a process. It was such a process. Oh, no. Stop. Pause. Cosmos Space Star Merms. Yeah. Right? Okay, wait. And this goes over here. Excuse me. Sorry, I just need a third monitor, honestly. Whole ass bop. Yes, you're allowed to swear here. You can swear here. End result was totally worth. I'm glad you think so. So the whole content... so bad. I know. No, it is cool. It is cool. I do have PTSD, but no, I'm just like, it was... so my partner, Andy, made that. We worked on it together. He does video editing. But, like, the process, like, you can watch the other videos that it suggests after that. But basically, I bought tablecloths for the backgrounds, but the backgrounds ended up looking so awful on the camera. They were all crinkly and messed up. So it was like, okay, well, can we fix the backgrounds? And I was like, well, it won't be easy. So he, like, rotoscoped out the backgrounds, basically. And, like, CGI technologied me into it, kind of thing. And I'm like, oh my god, we could have just filmed this all with a green screen and put a different background. But I thought it would be cool to have the colors in the background. It didn't work out. But I was like, you know how many looks I did? I did 9 different looks. I know. So it was like, okay, what's going to be more work? What's going to be more work? Me doing 9 different looks and redoing all of the shots with a better background? Or you, like, rotoscoping out my body onto these backgrounds? So we decided to do the rotoscope method. Because I was devastated when I saw, I was like, we got all the shots we need. And then I looked at them and I'm like, oh my god, no, that's what they look like? No, I can't, this doesn't look professional at all. But the thing is, this was right at the beginning of COVID. And like, I was like, I have this cool creative concept. It's like a TikTok transition video where I do all these versions of me. And I came up with these looks and like a lot, like, I mean, you've seen the looks in the video. Every makeup look took at least an hour. One of them took like 3 or 4 hours. And to do that makeup and then shoot it and then change the makeup and then shoot again and then change the makeup, it would have taken me another 7 days to reshoot the whole video because we did it over the course of like weeks, right? I did like a different look every week. And I was like, no, I'm not doing this again. Make it work. It's got, like, we gotta make it work. It's gotta come out, and I don't care if it looks shisty. It's still gonna come out. So it came out like that, and you know what? I ain't mad about it. Lesson is to always green screen. Now the lesson is to check your test shots. Check your test shots on the big screen and make sure it's what you want before. Because, like, when you see it on the little screen, it looks great. But when you blow it up, like, I need to get one of those things, like those camera preview things. They get, like, the big panels. The other problem is that I'm farsighted. Like, that's why my art is usually more abstract, is because, like, close equal blurry, far equal good. But, like, as soon as I saw the crinkles on the background, I was like, oh no, this is not gonna do. So, but I haven't been making any music videos lately, so. I need to come up with new concepts for music videos because I have a bunch of music about to drop. A crazy amount of music about to drop. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm trying to see everything on my monitors. I got chat. I got my reference pick. Boop 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 boop.
Mama, tell me, am I ever gonna make it? If I waste it, I'll face it. Only got one
But yeah, I definitely want to do more video stuff. I have the capacity. My camera's a beast. I just haven't had the ideas. Usually the ideas come to me like this, just like so potent. I can just see what it is, you know? It's the ADHD brain I have. It's literally like my brain is on acid all the time. It's just too much creativity. It hurts. It hurts. But then when it doesn't, you know, when inspiration isn't striking, it's like, I'm broken. I don't know what to do anymore. So that's kind of where we are at right now with the album standing. I almost want to do this with acrylics, and I said that last time too. But like the white and black little patches, like what is the pattern on her shirt is so unique. I really picked a challenging photo.
I say nothing at all. Under the river, rise my hidden soul. Under the river, fight and the count on flow. Now I found my way to stay 100 times.
Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna marker this one. This one's gonna have markers. But I just need to be sure that I'm done with this. She has a shadow of her glasses on her face too. That's kind of what that was supposed to be.
Hey, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. What is this? What? Oh. Go back to that. Okay, let's put on. What should we listen to now? So gotta listen to Twitch musicians, otherwise we will get banned. Banned. Okay. It has like string beats. Wait, what is that a thing? Lo-fi stream beats by Twitch Music? Is this a thing? Is this any good? I guess we'll find out. Okay, there we go. Get to the point. Really? Is this it? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I need to see if this is actually... Feels like... I'm confused. How does someone have the name like Twitch Music on Spotify? Is that Twitch? Like, are they owned by Twitch? I'm confused. Anyways, this music is not exactly the vibe. I'll listen to Mid-Dream. Okay. If the music is not right, then the art will not be right. That's just how the rules go. That's just how the rules go.
I wanna hear you say the
a simple word to pray. Are you listening?
Okay. What are we missing here?
Figuring you out, get you whispering. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Words of pray, pray, pray. Words of pray, pray, pray. Words of pray, pray,
Oh, so cool.
words of pray.
Because like you're falling off a cliff. It's like,
Holy as we are, I like it in your car. Happy nothing day. Feeling this part out as leaves fall to the ground. Love that I can taste.
I did do a stretch already.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stretchy stretch.
My God. Words of praise.
Apparently it's just some dude who decided to take the name Twitch Music.
Words of praise.
But he even used like the font and stuff too. Like he used Twitch font. Because it would be pretty cool if like Twitch got, you know, like actual artists to write music for Twitch to like be able to use on their streams or something, you know? I don't know. But then again, it would be pretty boring.
Moving through the pain. My favorite little stain. Can you hear me now? If days can move so slow, I wanted you to know how I feel out loud.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay, what are we doing next? What area needs work? I don't even know how I'm gonna do all these patterns. It's gonna be craziness.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Whoops.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. Okay, I'll do a finger stretch. First of all, my hands are freezing. Just this one, because this is the art one. I don't know why my body does this. It's like, your hands don't need blood. Why would we route the blood that way? Oh, that's really nice, actually. I used to not be able to do this with the elbow plates thing here, but now I can. It's so awesome. Okay. So, I still need to finish her eyes, actually. doot. Doot, doot. Beautiful. Okay. Yes, these are real. They're as real as I am, which is again questionable. Whoop. Let's keep it tone. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'm gonna work on the background. Your face feels pretty finished. Actually, we're gonna need, where's my logo? You, my friend. Which is again questionable. Why does the black ink on tattoos turn green or turns blue? There's a scientific explanation for that, but I don't know it. Patina? I don't know who that is. Sometimes you need to stretch your lungs. Oh! Okay, well you guys know what you're talking about and I don't. Wait, we have this right out already. This is already out. Some of my watercolors are still alive. That's good to know. So it's copper? Interesting. Really? I'm gonna probably do my own research later. Like how the Statue of Liberty is green now because it got oxidized, and how old people's tattoos are all green. I think that was like the old school style, but I think they've found better ways. I don't even, you know what? I've never actually questioned what is inside the ink. I've never actually thought about that. It's like, as an artist and a medical science student, I've never thought about what the heck is actually in tattoo ink and like how does it stay. Yeah. But these are sticking pretty well. How do tattoos work? Interesting. Now I am not going to be able to sleep, so thank you for that. Oh, I'm going to be up all night freaking researching, trying to figure out what the hell tattoo ink is made out of. Hold on. earlier today I was researching more macrame stuff and how to bleach bones. So it's been quite the turnaround, you know? All right. The honeycomb background, yes. The whole idea is she's always got hexagons in her background, right? So she's the queen bee. I might actually, you know what? I should do, because in the past I've done the bee. Let me show you the bee. With this series, I did do watercolor and markers, and I liked the effect that it had because the marker kind of gives it a shape to belong to, you know? The honeybee, oh sorry, that's upside down. Just study my previous books. Did I smudge it? Oh my god. Smudge, no. Yeah, this fuzzy bumble is for sale if anybody wants any. $70. If you want your fuzzy bumble. Keep in mind the proportions are insane. Like there's no way a bee could be this large on a tiny sunflower, but it's interesting proportions. I don't know. It's very imaginative. Don't tempt me. But yeah, I think I did the marker first and then put the watercolors. But this time I'm gonna do the opposite. How do I buy it? Send me a DM on Discord, and then we'll talk about how much shipping costs. And then I will mail it to you. Because that's the other thing too, is you gotta pay for shipping, which is a pain in the dick. But for watercolors, it's not that bad because it's usually like flat, and I'll tape it to a piece of cardboard so it doesn't get crumpled. But it usually ends up being under $20 or so. For canvases though, holy shnikes. Like I think some of the paintings I've shipped over to the EU and the UK were like over $100 for shipping. It's ridiculous. Qui? C'est AshleyRoboto. Un autre streamer de Twitch. De variété. Variety streamer. Wait, we got a raid? What the heck? Jesse? Welcome to the stream. Oh my gosh, we're getting raided like crazy today. There's like 4 raids in one day. I have not been keeping count because I've been so lost in this painting. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Mermaid Unicorn. I'm a singer-songwriter from Ottawa, Canada, who also happens to very much like art and macrame and science and like 5,000 things. I'm basically, my hobbies is everything I've ever done. I have pretty bad ADHD, and it's kind of a superpower because I find things I like and then I get really good at them, and then I get bored and then I move on to the next thing. So welcome to my stream. Commissions open. Wait, Jess, Wait, you were here yesterday when I was doing the musics, weren't you? Or not yes. Did I take yesterday off? What happened yesterday? I don't remember. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So you're a streamer too. Okay, wait. I'm gonna follow you first. First of all. And how do I commission you? Send me a DM in my Discord. Follow. Can I interest you in everything all of the time? Yeah, basically that Bo Burnham song is me. I'm interested in everything all of the time. And then I get bored of it easily. Like it has to be very stimulating. And, you know, art has always been stimulating for me because there's so many different kinds of art and different ways to make art, right? Like, I'm not a watercolor artist. I'm a everything artist. Like, I do oil paints, acrylics, watercolors, fluid art, drip art, abstract, realism, landscape, portraits. Like, I just, you can do whatever. Art is the ultimate hobby. Remarque ainsi, ça lui donne une côté plus fairy. Oh. This sounds like a fairy. I was thinking she was like the queen of the bees, and bees have wings. Wait, why am I hearing myself? Oh, it's because I followed your stream and then I forgot to exit the window. There you go. I was like, am I hearing myself or am I tripping balls? That happens. Well, thank you for the raid. What did you do on your stream, Jess? Should I call you Jess or Jessie? Jessie? Yeah, the whole Bo Burnham special is a mood. Especially when he breaks down and he's like, I fucking can't do it anymore. Like, I've reached that point a couple times last year. I'm not an angry person, but I have reached that point with COVID and everything. So frustrating. Spelunky? To Coop. I have no idea what that is. I feel like every day I learn about a new video game. Well, if we have a mod here, if we could get a shout out for Jessie, that would be great. Oh, co-op! Sorry, I see Coop and I like say Coop. Co-op. I think about chickens first. Got chickens on my mind, always. I wanted a pet chicken, honestly. Am I too late for the raid message? No, you're fine! Welcome in! Hi. Okay. Let's sit up here. Anyways, my main content is music. Most of you know me for my music, but I am doing art today, which is more chill and laid back. We usually talk about things like mental health, whatever's on your mind, you know, share your struggles, and it's okay to be not okay, etc. Things like that. Because art really is therapeutic. You can get a lot out of you when you do art. It takes your mind out of your mind. It's the same with singing. Honestly, all of these creative forms, the reason I'm so creative is just I really needed therapy and I couldn't afford it, so I just am super creative. Here we are. Oh, really? Oh, that's so good to hear, Jessie. Yeah, I hear different things every time I come back and revisit that album. Because, like, that was before, like, I helped a little bit with production on that one. But this next album, I've come a long way. It's the same producer, and I understand a lot more about production now, and it's gonna be crazy. Like a pet duck. Oh my gosh. I mean, if you're on TikTok long enough, you'll find people have everything as pets. Like, someone has an ostrich pet, someone has a fucking raccoon, someone's got a little, what do you call those things? Sable. A sable. They look like bears and ferrets made a baby, and it's the sable. Like, people have the weirdest pets. I'm like, I'll stick with my cat, please. One regular sized black cat. That's all I need. Even then, it's a little bit too much. She says, oh, thank you, Sunset, for confirming the obsession. I'm so glad you like it, even though it came out like many years ago. It's like a past me. And the album that I've been working on, we started working on in 2018. It already feels like or 2019. Feels like a past me. But because COVID, I just stopped giving a fuck. And I just couldn't motivate myself to like finish it. So it's coming around now, but it's just so hard to find motivation, and feeling like what does it even matter, right? Like, I'm not that great, and those were the thoughts going through my head all through 2021. Wait, 2020. What year is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's extremely large. No, mine, she's very petite. She's so small. She's like a fully grown, but like still petite. And she weighs like nothing. She's so cute. She's a picky eater. As am I, so it makes sense. She takes after her familiar. Oh my gosh. Okay, so for the commissions, is it visual or is it music? Wait, what did you think it meant? Do you think I meant music commissions? How would you do a music commission? Like, write a song for you? I never even thought about that. Shit, I could be making so much money writing songs for people. No, I was thinking about art. Damn, though. People will probably pay me money to write them a song, specifically for some specific occasion, or I don't know. I gotta monetize this creativity somehow, because the only other option is go insane, and I don't really like that idea. Because there's no way I'm getting a real job. A real job? Nope, not for me. Okay. So the commissions or open thing was intended for art, but if you have a song commission, like, I can try and figure something out. Like, what are you looking for? You looking for like a beats? You looking for a piano jiddly doo-dah? Maybe like ukulele and vocals, like Adventure Time style, like Adventure Time, come on, grab your friends. Something like that. The Clem clip? What? You have a real job and it sucks. I can only imagine. It scares me that so many people in this world have to work jobs that they hate just so that the world can function. Like, I'm willing to bet that at least like 70% of people don't actually like the job that they have. They just do it because they need it, because it pays good, or because they just need a job. I am like one of the 1% of people who's doing what they love for a living, and I feel so blessed. I literally am a shamrock. Like, it's not even up my butt. It is my entire existence. I am a shamrock. I'm just lucky. I mean, I'm also really unfortunate. So I mean, you know what? Karma balances it all out. It's all karma. It's all figured out. All the stuff that I've been through. All the times I almost died. And here I am, a Twitch streamer. Platform with literally millions of people who want to be full-time streamers. And I'm actually out here doing it. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Can you believe that? Oh my god! What? Me? A streamer? It makes so much sense. You know? Like... Have a good one, Clouder. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. You had a photography job, but it didn't pay enough to survive. Right? Like, when I first... Like, I tell this story all the time. When I first wanted to do, I was like, I'm just gonna do it full-time. Music, art, whatever I make is whatever. It lasted a month. And then I went through all my savings, and I was like, fuck, I need money. I can't even go out with my friends. I want to do things. Like, I need money. And got a job, and then I hated my life. And there was a lot of illegal shit going on at that job too. And I wasn't getting paid for the hours I worked. And I was so fucking fed up with that place. And I just bought a plane ticket to LA. Because I heard that's where dreams are made. And best decision of my life, because I just got so inspired, and I decided to start on Twitch. I do digital art. If you look down in the panels below, like you see the mermaid tails and stuff, I did all the mermaid tails there. I've also designed my own t-shirts in my merch shop. I do kind of basic digital art. Like I'm not very experienced in it. Thank you. But yeah, like I'm very versed in physical art. Like I can do this physically, so I find if you can paint physically, you can do even better in digital. Whereas digital doesn't translate to actual art as well. Because with digital art, you can just press undo like infinity times. Whereas with real art, you've learned how to not make mistakes. Because if you make mistakes, you've fucked over yourself and your painting is done. So, and also learning how to blend colors and stuff is more of a physical art thing. But yeah, I haven't done any digital art, like, I guess, like art expression, like in the way that, I mean, I follow so many digital artists and I love their work and I'm like, I want to do that, but it's just hard. I just want to get my hands messy, you know? I want to get my hands messy. I have all these supplies and stuff. I have a stockpile. I literally have a cabinet full of paints. I want to make real things that I can touch and feel, because so much of my life I've spent feeling like I'm not even real, you know? And I think that's why I've shied away from digital art, because I get so lost in computer games and LED screens, and art is supposed to be the thing that takes me away from that. Art is the one thing that grounds me and it brings me back to earth. I'm like making things with colors and that are, you know, extracted from other plants probably, and putting it into a paper which is made from a tree. It's very grounding. Whereas digital art is like, okay, you're off in this infinite possible like landscape. You have all these infinite brushes to choose from, infinite colors. You can be exactly precise with whatever color you want. I'm like, oh, this is too many options, first of all. And also, there's the option to be perfect because you have given me all these options for all these colors. So there's even more possibility for failure, and I don't like that. So, and you have to stare at a screen the whole time. I don't like that. So I think it's cool. I think it's fun, but it's not something that I've like delved into. But I'm sure my brain will flip a switch at some point and be like, this is what we're doing today. Haha! Hee 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 hee! Ho ho ho! Digital art for 16 hours straight because we saw this one Instagram post and it inspired you and now you're gonna try and do that concept. So, yeah, I'm from Ottawa, Ontario. Gang gang. Maybe it's because yeah, gardening is so grounding. It's literally dirt. You're literally playing in dirt. It's so good for the soul. Did a lot of music photography there in LA. Yeah, LA is honestly an amazing and fucked up place. It's like it's everything. It's a melting pot. So many water drops. I wanted to live there so badly, but I'm glad I didn't move. Even Ottawa's really expensive right now, to be honest. Like, it's becoming almost unaffordable to live here. But thankfully, there's like a rent thing where you can't increase your rent more than 1.2% or something per year. So I'm good where I'm at, but if I ever move, I will be broke. I will be broker than a joke. Because the city is booming. Because it's right near Toronto. And Toronto is like the LA of Canada. Toronto is pretty much the LA of Canada. Oh no, I'd say Vancouver, like BC, is the LA of Canada. But then Toronto would have to be the New York of Canada, I guess. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. But there's so much film stuff happening there, and then all the Toronto people are being forced away, and then it's like, okay, well, where's the next big city? Ottawa, hey! And then it's like, oh no, all of our property values have gone sky high, and nobody's living in them. Huh, a funny situation. So, I mean, I love interior design and architectural design. I actually wanted to be an architect. That was one of the thousands of things that I imagined myself being as a kid. But I will just stick to building my homes in The Sims and like decorating in Animal Crossing, because I don't think I'll ever get to live my buying a home fantasy. Not on this budget. It just doesn't make sense. I bought a car, and even those are really pricey right now, too. But that was kind of a necessity. I have a townhouse I'm renting, so that'll do for now. But yeah, so Jesse, you wanted to commission... You want to see... Wait, sorry. I'd love to see your take on my little bunny. Like, your emotes? Or did you draw a bunny? Or you want me to draw your bunny? I need clarification. Yeah. Oh, you know what we didn't do is we didn't do the drippy drips. See me draw the bunny. Oh, okay. I don't really draw bunnies, now that I think about it. I mostly just draw beautiful women. Kinda gay. No, but for real though. I've been drawing beautiful women since I was like in like grade 1. And you know, I don't know what it is. Just try this then. Yeah, I might. I freaking might. Just do that. We'll see how much creative juice I have. Cause like I still gotta work on producing tonight. Like I gotta switch from art mode to producer mode. Oh snap, I gotta feed my cat too. Okay, but I wanna do the drippy drips. Does this feel okay? We're gonna take a step back, look at it. I mean the shirt doesn't feel finished, but the rest of it kind of feels finished. And then the background I'll probably do. I feel like I need to fill in the white. Like, what color should the white be? Because she does have a white background, but I feel like we should put in maybe, like, blue or something. Yeah. The contrast out the honeycomb colors. Now let's see if I have any blues that are not completely fucked. Excuse me. Stomach be like, I'm hungry. Can we have food? No. No more food till we finish the art. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of water. A lot of water in my microphone. Sunset red. Oh! Okay, wait. If I did a red background? Okay, I just close your eyes, visualize it. Close your eyes and visualize it. Why not half and half? You could do both. We could do both. We have the technology. Wait, where's my skinny tape? Oh, my face hurts. Ow, why does my face hurt? Have I been clenching my jaw? Okay. Skinny tape. Skinny tape, where are you? Skinny tape. Oh, I got a bit of a headache. I gotta get some water. Let's put some water. There's my skinny tape. I know that much. Okay. Oh my god, I just got an idea. Hold on, I'm getting a bit of a headache. Okay, I'm just gonna put on the BRB. Oh, I gotta drink some water before this. If this turns into a migraine, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh, okay, 1 second. Sorry, I had a random headache. I just drank a bunch of water and I got some nuts. I think it might just be my blood sugar's low, as usual. And I had to feed my cat too, so it was probably a good thing I took a break, because she is very, very picky about her food time. Okay, we got some snacks, and I figured out what we're gonna do for the background. Check out my nuts, chat. Look at them, my glorious nuts. You can have some if you want. This is the best. Oh, I could use this as an art tray. I didn't even think about that. It's a really fun shape. It's like a pizza. I could put like colors in there. I'm gonna keep this. Mysteriously pizza shaped plastic. No, this could be a palette. Well, when I first started doing art, I didn't have palettes, so what did I do? I used like margarine lids or yogurt lids. Whatever lid of whatever thing I could get my hands on, that was my palette. So I had like a big drawer of all these lids from like ice cream tubs and whatever for my oil paints. I was getting a bit ridiculous. But I'm very much of the reuse, reduce, recycle variety of human being. So water is so good. Look how cute my water bottle is. Yeah, I use the paper plates too now. But I feel like a glass, I would never clean it properly. Because Chelsea bought me one. Chelsea bought me a plastic palette, and immediately I didn't wash it off, and I ruined it. The first use. I put all the paints on, I did my painting, and then I didn't wash it off after. Because I'm bad for that. That's why I have this. This is my watercolor palette. It's literally, I don't even know. My friend Jeff got this. It just glows in the dark. It's like a plate. And I came over to his place once and I needed a palette. And he's like, you can use this. And I was like, okay. And I just kept it. And it's great because like I'll squeeze out my paints on here and then they just stay. And then I can just kind of dip into them. But it's completely chaotic. Holds back criticism. Are you gonna criticize my art? How dare you? I'm such a sensitive, fragile human being. I'm actually not. I mean I am, but I'm not. I more get offended. I get offended when I offend other people. Like, you can do whatever you want to me, but if I did something to you, that's when I'm like, oh no! Oh no! You know what I mean? I'm more concerned about other people's feelings than my own. Because my feelings, got them on lock. Been dealing with them my whole life. And, they're kind of, cray-cray. They do what they want. Okay, so I'm either doing split or should I do... Yeah, I'm thinking of doing like some cool split stuff. Because there's no symmetry. Well, she's symmetrical, but the background isn't. Should I be? Are we being symmetrical today? I like the idea of it changing. Because it's like a video game. Just adds more interesting things. Tupperware bin with a paper towel for a palette. Ooh, that's a smart idea. Libby, you must be familiar with watercolors. Sure, why not? Yeah, got my paper towel at the ready for any mishaps. Ooh. Okay, paint. You're not sticking today, are you, little one? But I'm going to make you stick. You can't leave. Okay. Okay, actually I want this more of an angle because it's too repetitive. Otherwise, no, that one can stay. We want chaos, not order. Okay. I think I figured it out. Dun, 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 excuse me. Oh my gosh. I don't know how that sound came out of me. Okay. Oh, you slippery bastard. Back down there. Teeny, are you still here hanging out? What's up? Quiet time? Oh yeah, of course I am. I mean, it's like watching paint dry. Haha. I always find that funny. It's like literally watching paint dry, but it's also like the process of painting, so. Okay. This one's gonna be red, and this one will be blue. You lurk art streams, and when you need a break, you actively engage. Nice. Well, honestly, we were like super chitty chatty in the first half, and now we're just chilling. I'm like just in my zone right now. Giving you hands for days. Hands and painting. But that's okay too. I don't always have to be talking. I know I'm a streamer, but I can also not say things if I have nothing to say. It's a crazy concept, I know. See you later, soul vibes. Take care. When I sing and paint, Budavian, thank you. It's still not done, but thank you. Helps you relax and think about other stuff. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad I could be that for you. I usually have like a music stream up when I'm doing something. Just for someone who needs something going on in their second monitor to watch while they're doing something else. I am here. Watch the painting unfold. It's kind of fun to watch it unfold, right? Because, like, I love watching other people's painting videos, but I never get to watch my own, technically, really, because I'm first personing. Working in music, the mood took a weird turn. Yeah. I'm supposed to be working on music tonight, but I don't know if I'll get to it. This painting has captivated me. Oh my gosh, speaking of which, I saw Cruella de Vil, like the Disney one with the Emma Stone on Christmas. And it was so good. It was so good, and the fashion was so amazing, and I just wanna, like, I was like, oh, I wanna paint everything in this. It just made me so inspired, like, by all of the everything. Okay, and this will be blue. Definitely watch it. It's so good. I was like playing Animal Crossing while watching it, like, because as ADHDers be, like, I need to have at least like 2 or 3 things going on at once. Otherwise, I will die. I need to be stimulated in many different ways. A tractor with a bucket has been cleaning snow under your window for 3 hours. Smoked alone at night because... Wow. So, you got a lot of snow out there, eh? I guess. Could have just used a shovel. Ooh. I got a nut stuck in my throat. Chat, help. There we go. Housemates all clear now. Okay, shit. Yeah. I think was I telling Chad about it earlier today? Or my partner. I can't remember. Anyways, at some point today I said, I'm gonna go for a winter hike in Gatineau Hills with Teeny. That was said out loud at some point today. But fully loaded, we got snacks and supplies. Oh no, my meds are wearing off. It's 6 p.m. Ha! Here we go. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna blow my nose. This is ridiculous. Sorry. Oh, okay. I don't even know where that's from. Like, what did that come from? Like, I don't know. It's just the fully loaded, we got snacks and supplies on repeat in my brain. Welcome. Yeah, me and Andy did the COVID test too, and we are also negative. Oh, road trip and red hot chili peppers. Thank you, Saint Euro. But that's literally my brain 24/7. It's just like random sound clip from this thing. Can't tell you what it's from though. Haha. Oh, last night it was the Stardew crunch. When you crunch something in Stardew, the crunch sound and the caca from the parrots from the island. That was stuck in my head. It was very uncomfortable. I was like, stop. I'll play Stardew when I'm ready. I haven't played it in a long time and I gotta get back into it. I was so close. I was doing 100% completion run. And then I got to like 89% or something. Oh wait, we already did blue. I'm so ADHD. Okay, red. We're looking for red. Is this the best we got? Because all my other reds are dried out. You're a stud. Hey there, primary red cadmium. Alright. Whew. Let's go. Blip. Okay, paint water, please don't be smelly. You're kind of smelly. And by smelly, I mean cloudy. It doesn't actually smell. Yeah, what's the weather like this week? Oh my gosh, it's like, wow. The ADHD meds just like yeeted out of my body. Friday's looking warmer, maybe? Wait, isn't that New Year's? When's New Year's? New Year's is... Fuck. Yeah, we'll make plans in the new year. Because currently it's Yeah. It's the time where I need to figure out what I'm doing for my New Year's Eve 12-hour stream, and then... Whoa. Did I hear a sound? What? Okay. I got a text. I didn't text anybody, but I got a text. That's... Huh. Okay. That's so weird. I think I can hear electromagnetic frequencies sometimes. Because I heard something. What in the 90s was that text tone? That was Kim Possible. I gotta change it though. It's starting to be a little bit overdone for me. Honestly, I should just have my phone on silent all the time. But when I do that, that's the most common time for me to lose my phone. So I find if I have it on sound, I never lose it. It's like a strategy, you know? Anyways, that was my mother texting me. I am the best child ever because I am taking her to see Hamilton. But she texted me, she's like, Hamilton's not coming till July. And I'm like, huh? Did they fucking cancel the dates again? I don't know. Don't know, and I hope they didn't. Make my own text sound. Yo, you have a text. Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it. I would get so annoyed so fast. Well, that's the thing, like, I want my text to be like something stimmy, you know, like a tingling that gives me the good serotonins when I hear it, you know, because there's certain sounds that I'm indifferent. There's certain sounds that I'm like ugh. There's certain sounds I'm like but I want a sound that's like you know. And it's gotta be short. It's gotta be quick because I get texted a lot. And a lot of my friends are like me where you can't just text it all in one message. It's gotta be broken up into like breaths. So you're like, how are you? Anyways, so what the thing is, blah, 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 blah. When baba do 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 blah, 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 blah. But how are you? Like 5 separate text messages when you could have sent it in one. I'm that person. I hate that person and I am that person. So here we are. I keep getting paint on my arm. I think I'm getting an allergic reaction. Wait, they did? Huh? Huh? Don't tell me to change the dates for Hamilton. Are you serious? Hold on. They should send me an email. Hamilton, NAC. Did they send me an email? What? Google? I didn't get anything. Change the date. Don't make me stressed. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Okay, no, they're coming back in July. They're doing it again in July, but they're doing it in January. They're just sold out. Like I bought the tickets. Huh? Oh my god, my mom stressed me out. Why did she do that? Why? Okay, well, I'll look into it more after stream. I'm pretty sure she just, I think she was just looking at the next dates. Anyways, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Hi, everybody. Cause yeah, that would be a flippin' shame. These tickets are not cheap, dude. I literally second guessed myself and triple guessed myself, and I was like, nope, you deserve this. You deserve this. And who better to go than the person who taught you to play piano and the person that forced you to practice even when you didn't want to. Your ma. Because she loves music and musical theater, and it's gonna blow her mind. She hasn't even seen Hamilton. She's gonna be freak. I don't know if she's gonna watch it in advance. Like, I told her you should probably watch it in advance so you know what you're getting into. But then I'm like, actually, no. Imagine the first time ever seeing Hamilton and you're seeing it live. Like, that would be so much more epic. Because it's, like, already so epic in itself. I wish I saw it live the first time. I would just be like, what the hell did I just witness? But, I mean, technically, the Disney version is live. It's just a recorded live version. It's a VOD, in a way. But anyway. I haven't been to the NAC in many years. So long that the gift certificate that I had apparently expired. I didn't know gift certificates did that, and I think that's a fucking scam, so I will talk to them about it, but... Rock of Ages I have not seen. What kind of musical is it? Like, what style of music? Or what century does it take place? What's the premise, etc.? But my mom is pretty much like me, so she probably just read something and then, you know, missed a detail or something. We're very good at missing the little details. Gift certificates legally can't expire. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I'm wondering, I'm like, did I redeem this at some point? Like, I don't think I did. I'm not sure. The problem is I won the gift certificate in a singing contest. You know me and my singing contest. I won it in a talent show, actually, not a singing contest. Excuse me. I won it in a talent show in 2016. And I do not remember. Like, there's a very real possibility I could have like exchanged it for cash or something at some point. I don't know. Like, is that a thing you could do? Could I have taken the gift card and gone to them and be like, I would like the cash, please? Because I tried to enter the code and it said it was invalid, but I don't recall going to the NAC and spending $100. Like, I think I would remember something like that, but, you know, I don't know. My memory is shite. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, I already bought the tickets. Tickets have been bought. I guess the $100 will be for, like, wine and cheese I can eat at the event. Wait, what? No. Non, mon Dieu, pourquoi? Tabarnak. Why? In the chat or in the... Where do you post it? Oh, no! Fuck! Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that, ice cream. That actually helps my brain, so now I don't have to think about it. It sucks that it's postponed, but you know, they have to do what they gotta do. I was so looking forward to it, but it's still gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. It's postponed again, though. That's the thing. It was already postponed. Like, this was the re-postponed date. They advertised the shit out of it, too. Like, I was seeing advertisements for weeks before I bought the tickets. I was like, fine, you win. Advertisements. Give me that sweet, sweet Hamilton. But you know what? Everything happens in its own time. You know? Honestly, I can't expect much from the world right now. I had tickets to see it was Megadeth? Was it Megadeth or Metallica? No, it was Megadeth? Fuck. I can't even remember at this point. But it was Trivium, Hatebreed, Lamb of God, and either Megadeth or Metallica. Cannot remember. And I should remember. But either way, Trivium was the highlight for me because Matt Heafy is my homie. And they were going to play in Toronto. And I bought a train ticket. I bought Airbnb. I bought everything. I was like, I'm going to Toronto. I'm going to fucking see Trivium play. I'm so stoked. This is going to be my first concert since COVID. Yeah. Yeah, it was Megadeth. I was so freaking hyped. And it got canceled like 3 days before we were supposed to leave. So I didn't get my Airbnb refund. I got the cleaning deposit back, but I lost a lot of money on it. But fortunately, I got the train refund because Via Rail is a boss. And they're like, due to COVID, we're like very flexible with our refunds. Don't worry about it. But Airbnb can get fucked. Like, dude, I'm not even staying there and I had to cancel because COVID. Like, you should... Airbnbs are dicks. Honestly. And we lost our deposit on we were gonna go to TwitchCon in 2020. We lost everything on that Airbnb. And they're like, well, sorry, you don't get your deposit back. I'm like, but you don't get, like, what? I'm confused. You're just like you're like a landlord, but stronger. Like the final boss of landlord. You just take people's money. I know hotels are better for that, but like what hotel can I don't know, it's so much better to be in a house, right? So I guess lessons learned, right? But anyways, yeah, so that got canceled. The only concert I have seen since COVID has been Evanescence, and it was in Arizona. And in Arizona, the state believes that COVID's like not a big deal, and they're very like nobody's wearing a mask there. Like when I went to see Halocene, they were like, yeah, people are just kind of like over it, so they just like choose to just kind of just do their thing and whatever, and masks are like whatever, like it's just whatever, you know. And I'm like, oh my god, is that okay? I see how it is. So we went to the Evanescence concert and full capacity, just fucking so many people. I'm surprised I didn't get sick. I'm sure there was at least one person with COVID there at that point. And, yeah, I came wearing a mask, but then I accidentally dropped my mask on the ground, and the ground is covered in beer, as you would expect at a concert. But it was amazing, and I, like, cried tears of joy, because it was just, like, I miss live performances so freaking much, oh my god. You've only seen 2 concerts? Well, aside from my live gigs, which that doesn't count as a concert. That's not like a concert. That's like a gig. That's like a gig. Oh, the concert in the park? Yeah, I would count that as a concert. That was amazing. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me of that. I forgot that happened. And we have it all on stream too. That was so great. Oh, the band in the park. I should upload that to my main YouTube, honestly. That was such a great moment. It was such a beautiful day. They had to cancel because of the weather the time before, and then the day that they picked, it was perfect weather. And so many people showed up. There was like 200 people there just chilling outside in the park, and me and my band just jamming out. And there were so many kids too. The kids were the cutest part. There was this one kid like trying to break dance to my music. I'm like, okay, yeah, pop off. Yeah, get it. They're like super fans. Oh, fuck, I miss performing live. It'll come back. I mean, I think I don't even know. I'm scared. You know what? That's probably why I'm postponing it. I've been putting off sending emails to the people that I need to send emails to because I'm scared that they'll be like, yeah, no, gigs are canceled. And then I'll be very, very sad. Very, very sad. Okay. It was such a great time. Yeah. Who isn't complacent or fatigued at this point? Yeah, I miss everything. What I miss most of all is just the feeling of freedom. Like, I'm not saying that they're taking our freedom away, but I'm just saying it used to be like, I could travel anywhere I want, anytime. I could go, like, I want to go to Thailand. I want to go to Thailand and experience what Thailand is like. Or, you know, I want to see what Nashville's music scene is like. Because apparently there's a great music scene in Nashville. And I would really pop off there. Because they like soul and like, you know, good music. And I'll never know. Because nothing's really going to go back to the way it was. But, you know, the fact that we have internet is pretty great because every past pandemic has been so much less technology than what we have now. So I'm grateful we have that at least. We have so many ways of entertaining and pacifying ourselves and keeping things going. Okay. I want to do the patterns on her shirt, but it's so hard. Like, I almost want to just leave it and then... Okay, let's do a couple more details. Also, for consistency's sake, I probably should just pop off this. Should I paint her to the bottom? I'm already doing it. Haha. That's not gonna look the same. Yeah, no. Pretend that never happened. Just use an eraser later. And we'll go back to normal, but it'll be a new normal. We'll all be fucked in the head. We're already fucked in the head. Okay. How do I want to do this? I probably want to go in with acrylics now, honestly. Oh, right. I wanted to do the drips. The drippy drips. Oh my god, I just sat up straight. My posture has been so crap this whole time. Okay. Yo, this is so fun. I really enjoy these art streams. Like, this is my second one this week, and I'm like, crap, this is why I did it once a week, because it's so fun. Because I love making art with friends. Like, I used to always have art nights. Back in university, I would have like friends over and we would just listen to music and smoke some weed and just fucking paint and create stuff. Even if it was just a doodle. Like, I was that person that's like, if you come to my house, you have to draw on my wall. If you don't draw on my wall, then you're not allowed to come back. Like, you have to add to the masterpiece collage that is my wall. And then my wall, of course, is covered in like posters and pieces of paper, and like my ceiling was covered too. That's why you still see like some things on my ceiling, because I like to lie down on my bed and look up at the ceiling a lot and just like think. So, okay, so we're gonna do the drips. Please hold steady. I'm gonna use this brush. Where my yellow? No! Don't fall. Okay, I'm just gonna hold it with my hand. Okay, wait. I'm gonna need a lot more yellow. Are you wet? No, you're not wet. You're wet. You will come with me. That is a lot. Are you sure, Merns? Yes, I am sure. Okay. Are you steady? Like, are you gonna fly away? Please don't. Okay. Can I draw on your wall? Not now. Not in this house. This house I've upgraded. The last house I was very experimental university / party addict. Like, it was a beautiful mess. But this house is more like, okay, we're still crazy and messy, but like professional about it. You know? I still have some of the stuff stuck to my ceiling, but now it's mostly actual works of art that I've bought from my artist friends who've put like many hours and time into it. Whereas before, like, it started when I was younger, actually. It's funny, you can see all the patterns just kind of evolving. But when I was younger, I used to do collages a lot. I would cut things out of magazines that I liked and I would turn them into other things. And my whole walls were just covered in posters and collages and whatever stuff I could find. Like, I just covered my walls. I was like, I don't want to look at a blank wall. That's the most boring thing. Hi! Lance family, what's up? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yeah, we're painting again today. So yeah, instead of having boring walls, I decided to basically collagify my walls. So I had like newspaper clippings, magazine clippings, like art. It was just, my whole walls were covered. So that's why you see the stream room the way it is now. Like, I love covering walls with things. I'm like, what a waste of space. Why would you have a blank wall when you could fill it with stuff? You know? Staring at a blank wall is like the bane of my existence. I need something to entertain me at all times. So my room is literally dripping with art everywhere. Thank you, Lance. Thank you. We're not even quite done yet. I still gotta figure out how I'm gonna make these drip. Gotta get the drip. This is the one downfall of watercolors is like you're gonna break your back because you can't work with an easel. You have to just work on flat surfaces. Water is not friends with gravity, to say the least. I want you to be dripping with honey. Drip for me, baby. Drip. 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 Oh yeah, I know. I know what I'm doing. It's just, they're watercolor brushes, right? So they just absorb the water. No matter which way you push, it's gonna absorb whatever water it doesn't have. This ain't my first rodeo. But it is my first Roboto. I've never painted Ashley before. I find it also drips better on canvas because I'm used to doing oils on canvas with watercolor backgrounds, which is so stupid because oil and water don't mix, and that's exactly why I love it. I'm tantalized by it because it shouldn't exist, and it's like forbidden. Why? Oh, the way that drips. Oh, so satisfying. Please stay right there. You are perfect right there. Okay. A little more drippies. No. They're clinging. They're clinging. Guess the drip works more with the... Yeah, I like to bring them to life, right? Like, cause this, first of all, this photo already has so much life to it. Like, look at her. Look at her. She's gorgeous. And she got this frizzy hair. This beautiful curly, bouncy, ginger, like bronze hair. And she's got this surprised expression on her face, these big round glasses and rosy cheeks. And the outfit. The outfit. Yeah, I'm drawing in the glasses later. Because the thing is with glasses, they're very thin lines. So we don't want to draw them and then have it go sploosh. So you can see I drew them, but they're very faint. I don't know if you can see the lines. The lines are there. I drew sketch lines for them. But I'm probably going to do them in marker, I think. Because the only way to get lines that fine is like very fucking carefully. So I could, you know what? I'll do a small, tiny glare. Because the glasses have different colors too, right? You can't just draw black. You can't just draw gold. They're like shadows within the glasses. Hi, Linka. And yes, I ain't nobody's wife, but my guitar and maybe my cat. If I could marry my cat, I probably would. She can take everything from me. Okay, so we're gonna do the glasses. Tabernacle. J'en ai pas assez de blanc. Ok. Un peu de ça. Voilà. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, no, actually it does work with the watercolors. It's gonna be hard to give them detail. I keep getting paint on my arm. Why don't you dry faster? Okay. I'm liking this. Wow. Oh my god, I've outdone myself. What the fuck? This is so good. What? What the shit? Bro. How? How? Yeah, I definitely need to go for some white, but like, I'm still thinking about the pattern on her shirt. I'm like, oh my god, that's gonna be so much work. But like, what if I just don't do it? Or what if I do it and it'll probably make it even more amazing, but. Okay. I need that to dry. Okay, so what we can do is stretch a little bit. Oh, I'm so happy, Lance. That's great. Keep painting, keep drawing. I don't even know what kicked my ass back into gear. I think I just was like, oh no, it was because I was sick. That's what it was. I was like, I can't make music. I have to make something, so I'll make art. Ooh. Spread that. This is the best part, chat. And you were here for it. You're here to witness it. Oh, yes. Pull that tape off. So this is what happens when you can't decide on a background color. You just do both. And I think Ash would approve because, you know, we're both bisexuals. Why not both? I could have done the bisexual pride colors. That would have been even smarter. But I like the red because it's like red, blue, green. Or, red, blue... Words? Hello? Red, blue, and yellow. Sorry, I had like 400 things going on in my brain and my mouth just couldn't make the words that I wanted to make. Which is like what you're taught the primary colors are. So it does have a lot of balance in it, I find. And asymmetrically balanced, you know? Okay. No, she's very bi. She's very about being bi. Like, she has so many clips of her, like, being queer. I'm pretty sure she uses the LGBT tag too. Okay, I need to not touch. Ah! Fuck! Bring my tape back. I need at least to have my test palette. I want to make it look like there are actual lenses on these. Even though I don't know how she gets... Like, every time I try to take a photo with my glasses on, they just reflect the fucking ever-living shit out of whatever light is in the room. And I end up just looking like... Thank you, radio. You got a giant lesbian flag. And that was my parents' son that they support me. They don't know you're demisexual or trans yet. Oh. Interesting. Well, I mean, come out at your own pace, at your own time, right? It's a very complex process for everybody. And it's also very personal. It's your own journey, right? So... You were outed? Oh. That's awful. I don't know why people do that. I mean, already, like, so my sexuality, it's one thing when okay, because there's orientation and then there's gender, right? So, orientation, I came out as bi I guess I wasn't out, like, not to my family, but, like, I had my first girlfriend when I was 12. And we did stuff. So, like, I already knew very, very young. In fact, way before I was 12 that I liked girls. But the gender thing was something that I was told was a mental illness for all of my life. So I just kept that a deep, dark secret for all of my life until I got into university. And then I stopped caring what other people think as much and started just living my truth and finding out who I am. And that's... Yeah, I was told it was dysphoria. I was told it was just my depression and my trauma and stuff. And that it was my brain tricking me because I've been, like, sexually abused or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay. That's fucked. I'm gonna cry now. I didn't want to cry twice on stream. But yeah, I was told that, like, oh, you're trans because you've been traumatized. I'm like, what the fuck? That's like, that really hurts. It's not something you get to choose. It's not something that just happens to you. You're just born that way, you know? You're just born that way. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're like, oh, it's probably just part of the many mental illnesses that you have. I don't know. I live at a perfect time now because I get to see so many other gender fluid people and non-binary people, and trans people. Just, like, living their truth now. And I know we still have a long way to go before trans people are accepted, but, like, I'm just so fortunate to live in a time where I can stream and be like, hey, my pronouns are they, them. I'm non-binary. Like, I don't belong to either gender, really. And I am both at the same time, also. Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not that. Like, if that were the case, then, like, I mean, a lot of people have gone through trauma, and that doesn't just make you want to be trans. Like, that's not how it works, you know? But, it's like I can reflect back and like see myself when I was younger being like questioning all the parts of me and like being like, why can't I just be a boy? Like, I want to be a boy. I was a tomboy for a while because the stupid thing is we're taught like these gender norms. It's like, oh, if you dress a certain way, then you're a boy. If you play with certain toys, then you're a girl. And it's like, first of all, that's all genderized fucking bullshit. None of it should have a gender, but that's just the norms. But I just liked all the things. Like, I didn't like Barbies. I was into building things. And I would hang out with boys and girls, but I always felt like I was one of the boys, you know? And then I didn't have any friends who were women. Like, in all of high school, I had no girlfriends because I just felt so isolated. I was like, I'm not one of you. Like, I'm not one of you, you know? And as an adult, I figured it out. I'm like, oh, it's just, I'm a little bit trans. And now that I'm like built with my confidence and I know who I am, like, I have a ton of great female friends. Like, I just, you know, most of my best friends are women, like, but it took me, like, to, like, realize that part about myself. Oh my gosh. Okay, are we gonna cry some more? Oh my god. Thank you, radio. Thank you, Lance. I have done huge things, and I'm proud of myself, you know? I'm proud of myself. Well, because I never really wanted... It was definitely a lot of internal struggle. That's the thing. Like, I couldn't accept myself, and that was the biggest fight that I was fighting, was that I thought that I was not okay to be different. I thought that was not okay. And so I tore myself apart before anybody else got to me. And that was my downfall. But when I started learning that, no, I'm actually great and this is okay to be this way, I started coming to life and like really healing myself. And I'm just glad that there are platforms for other non-binary, gender fluid, NB people like me to share with the world their joy and their beauty so that others can see it and be like, oh, this is a normal thing. This is a regular thing. This isn't a disease. This person is just, you know, different in their own beautiful way. But that's the thing. That's why we gotta just keep fighting the fight, because it's not over yet. Oh my gosh, I hate that. You can maybe take them off because of a girl thing. First of all, like, even if you're a little boy and you're born a boy and you want to wear cat ears, you can wear cat ears and still be a boy, or you could be a girl. Like, it doesn't matter what you wear. That's the hard part, is like when you're in kindergarten and like younger grades, they like teach you all to express yourself and find out who you really are and like do all these drawings and stuff, and then they're like, no, not like that. It's like, make up your fucking mind. Make up your mind. Do you want me to be me, or do you want a fucking cookie cutter, carbon copied, like, reflection version of me that I think that you think that I should be? And that was very much it. So that's why I wore dark clothes a lot. I just wanted to hide myself. I just wanted to hide and disappear. I didn't want to be alive for a lot of my life, but I'm in a much better place now. Oh my god, I'm in such a better place now. And that's why we need mental health support, and that's why we need trans inclusion. Okay, I'm gonna have a moment. Why am I so emotional? Oh boy. We've been talking about a lot of really sensitive topics today, haven't we, Chad? Oh my god. Aw, that's so sweet, Katie. Yeah, there's no genders in clothes. It's just clothes, right? I feel the same way. Unicornia, I'm drawing AshleyRoboto. She's a streamer on Twitch. And she's really awesome. Okay, I need a minute to like cry for a second. I don't want to do it on stream because I'm posting this video to my YouTube. It is an emotional time of year, yeah. But also we've been talking about mental health and being LGBT. Like the two big things that I pride myself in being open about. And it's nice to get to talk. Like I you know, my therapy is only once a month, so this is therapy in itself for me. Just being able to talk openly with you guys. But anyways, I will be right back. 1 second. Okay. Let's just breathe together, chat. Oh my god. One salty tear will bring the picture to life. Imagine if I just cried in it and my mermaid magic just went. That'd be cool. Okay. This glass is a little bit droopier. I need to fix that. Oh, but it is in the picture too. Okay, you know what? I'm like looking at the picture. Like if you look closely, one glass is a little bit hanging lower than the other glasses, right? I think I did it backwards though. Oh my god, I'm looking at the mirrored reflection of it. Oh my god, this whole time. Well, it's a good thing it's a symmetrical photo because it doesn't really matter. But I've been looking at the reflection of it, so I think I painted her backwards. But no, I don't like that. I don't like that. When you're sad and someone says, just think of something happy or cheer up. No, be sad. Allow yourself the freedom and the space to feel sad. Sadness is there for a reason. You deserve that sadness. You've been through something that's caused you that sadness, and you know it's good to let it out. I love crying. Crying is the best, dude. It's like free drugs. Your body just pumps you with endorphins, and you feel so much better after. The eyes and buttons in a row resemble a cross. Do they? Did I accidentally paint Jesus? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's AshleyRoboto. Definitely not Jesus. Okay. So hard to get like the tiny details. Ashley is Jesus. There you go. The end. There will be no sequel. Okay. I just want to make her eyes come to life a bit more. It's very tricky. There. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I just kept painting curls and curls and curls until it looked like this, and I really like it. Hi, Raining Wings. How you doing? Also, Roni Raven's here. Yo, so many peeps are here. What's up? What's hip-hop happening? Hook 'em. This has been like music therapy, or art therapy. I don't know why my brain said music. Oh, still gotta do production tonight, but you know what? If I spent my whole day painting this, I will be okay. I am doing just fine. I am very emotional today, apparently. Is this straight watercolor? Yeah, it is. There's no other mediums. It's just watercolor. I'm using a variety of different kinds of watercolors, like mostly just Reeves, like the beginner tubes of paint. But I also have these like butchered ass, like, I don't even know where I got these. But they're old as hell. They don't even have a brand name. They just say watercolor on them. And then I also have a little bit of the PVO ones. So it's many different brands, and they're at various different stages of being too dried out. That's all watercolor. Yeah, no worries, Lance. Anytime. You're always welcome here. Okay, I think we should add a couple more darker lines, like just to kind of lift her hair from her face. Where is my... Oh. Just to show that. Yeah. I love watercolors. I used to hate them because I could never make it do what I wanted, but then I realized that's the point. It's never gonna do exactly what you want. It's out of control. That's what makes them so fucking beautiful, is they just kind of go where they please. There. Yeah, because we do need to add a bit more darkness to that. There, and then we can add the highlights. Pop them in, pop them in, pop them in. You didn't know watercolors could look so good? Thank you. I'm flattered. Honestly. Got started using Reeves myself. Yeah, I just use whatever I can get my hands on, you know? It's easy to make it just look like a bunch of stains on paper. Yeah, it is a tricky form of painting because it just blends with everything, right? So that's why I love it. It's because it's like a challenge, and I am always one for a challenge. I love being challenged. It's also an art. Wow. It's an art of patience because you have to wait for it to dry before you do the next step. Otherwise, it'll just blend into everything you've just done. And the layering of it too, it's like there's so much depth when you just layer and layer and layer. You mix gouache and watercolors. I haven't tried gouache yet, but my friend Danielle, who's El Therese on Twitch, she's done some crazy gouache. Let me shut her out actually. Oh. I'm pretty sure I spelled that right. Yeah. Check her out. She is so good at gouache. Like, nobody's business. But gouache is like, it's like a whole nother medium, right? I've got acrylics, I've got oils, and then I've got gouache. I'm like, bro, I'm running out of drawers here, okay? I don't have enough drawers to fit all my art supplies. I gotta stick to like at least a few mediums and get through these paints. I'm trying to resurrect my watercolor paints actually right now because a lot of them are desaturated. They're all crispy. Painting is harder. Yeah, everybody's got their own style though, right? Like, I started as a doodler. I would doodle on anybody's notebook and I would doodle for days. But I find painting is so much more satisfying for me because I just like to get wet and messy. That could be taken out of context very easily, but you know what I mean. Yeah, you can't be hard on yourself with art. That's the thing. Like, you can't expect yourself to be good on the first try. Unless you're me, and then you're perfect. But like, it's a joke. My first art sucked. But even as I'm doing these portraits, like, I haven't been doing watercolor portraits for that long. And I'm still learning so much about them. You just kind of have to try. And allow yourself the freedom to fail. Give yourself the freedom to fail. And be okay with it. Because you will fail. Time and time again. And that is art, my friends. The Merm's touch. You started sculpting! Blue Zoo! Are you kidding me? My goal is literally for a pottery class. I'm literally going to go sculpt things in January. And in the meantime, I will be doing macrame. Alright, so... I think I've decided I don't want to do the shirt pattern because that's too many things. But I love how the shirt looks right now. Okay, and we're gonna do the buttons. I want to do marker. Yeah, I do want to do marker. I need some white. You allowed yourself to fail. Well, that's good though. If you allow yourself to fail and you're like, oh, that was an attempt. Okay, we'll try again. Learn. You live and you learn, right? Like, how can I do this better next time? You want to see my failed arts? I can show you all my failed arts, man. I got shit tons. You can buy them for me for nothing. There we go. Little dots of white. Yes. I think it's almost done. I'm just gonna throat. I wanna outline a bunch of stuff. Okay. It's gorgeous. Okay. Markers, where are you? Excuse me. Blech. Very burpy. Make sure it's all dry. And we might need Don't judge my desk organization. Okay, there's a system to all things. Ooh, there's a blue one too. No. Markers. The final frontier. Oh, they're right there. You did. You did. Wow, I can't even words right now. Polymer clay. Oh, nice. I'm gonna do a wheel class because I like the spinning wheel and like making shapes and stuff. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. Alright, so we're gonna do... Are you dry? Okay, yes, we are dry. This is dry. What happened to my... It's got a dent cut out. Okay. Anyways. This is where we get technical with it, boy. Oh, I don't know if this orange might be too dark. Is it? I kind of like it. Because you know I cannot draw straight lines without the assistance of a ruler. Even then, they're still not like proportionally correct, but it was so great on the sketch. What happened? Oh, looks good to me. Yeah. Okay. We just want to make sure the clusters are in the same plane of existence. See, this is more like my doodle self coming through, right? I love doodling. This is like repetitive, just nonsense. But you see how, like, look at it. Look at these. They just pop out more, right? I always love adding marker on top of paintings. That was a little bit sus though, not gonna lie, you should have probably put it up there. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. It's giving it so much dimension. Oh, excuse me. I need a room all to itself for art. Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I have a stream/art room, and it is full of everything that I need for making music and art. I'm so blessed. And I actually feel like it's me, you know? So many years spent not feeling like it was me. Like I didn't deserve any of this, and that it was all a ruse. But here I am. I kind of need this base, though, but it pays for itself business-wise. Like, this whole house, my whole house, over half of it is used for streaming and creating and stuff. It's like a giant office at home. Yay. So. Yes, I'm loving this depth. Wow, there's a lot more hexagons than I thought there were. I'm gonna be here a while, chat. But it's okay. I'm having fun doing it. That's not a hexagon! That's an octagon. It's okay, nobody will know. have art and music. Oh my god, if I had a separate music and art room, that would be cool. But no. I just have like, this is my, I call it my stream room, but it's got all my costumes, all my cosplays, all my art supplies. It's like a creative paradise here. I love it. The only thing it's lacking is fucking sunlight. The sun never shines in this window at all. No matter what time of day it is. There is no sun. So, that's a bummer, but you know what? It's fine. But I do have the window looking onto my backyard, so in the summer I can check on my garden and see how things are doing. Yes, I am gonna do this with all the hexagons, okay. Is that the JWST beryllium mirror? What is that? What? What does that mean? What does that mean, Meg Pearson? I need to know. Hi, Fernando. Welcome. Yeah, I have this whole room just for my art stuff, and it's... People have told me, it's like, it's so cool that you have that, but you need more space, and I'm like, I know. It's okay, though. I'll make it work. Let's be real, I need a mansion to fit all of my creativity in, but... We not broke, but we livin', so, like... We here. This is where we're at. In a townhouse rental in the ghetto. And that's okay. What would happen if I just tried to... Yeah, no, that's gonna go terribly. That's kind of sus. I don't know. You know what? It's art. We can do what we want. My lines are actually not too bad. I thought they weren't going to be straight at all, but... Cool. Alright. James Webb Space Telescope. Oh, it's made of hexagons. No, I just love hexagons. They're probably my favorite shape. Like if I mean, circles are great too. And triangles. Don't get me started on triangles. Okay, I kind of like all the shapes. But like, hexagons are pretty great. I just like geometry. I keep hearing about this space icon, and I haven't done the research myself because I've been too busy doing family stuff and then making art, apparently. I just love bees. Bees are the best. I very much look forward to actually doing my garden correctly this year and taking care of it. I don't know what happened last year, but I just stopped caring. Oh yeah, no, I remember what happened. What happened was I grew all these plants inside, and I was so excited to see them thrive outside. They were so big, they were busting out, and it had been sunny and beautiful. It was perfect weather for like many days. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna plant them. And I planted them, and then a week went by, and then it fucking snowed! It snowed in like late April! I was so mad. All my plants died. The weather just like destroyed my plants. So I was like, okay, fuck it. I guess I don't have a garden this year. But this year, I'm really gonna get them. So if I plant seeds in March, or I'll probably just plant them in April at this point, because if I can't fucking plant anything till May because the stupid weather decides to snow, then whatever. Trapezoids, because it's a fun word to say. Trapezoids are pretty cool too. They remind me of gold bricks. Gold bricks are always trapezoidal. But I like hexagons because of bees. I like triangles because of strength and simplicity, and I like circles because of perfection and infinitism. Like each has their own reason. My hands are so cold. I don't get it. Trapezoid? Trapezoid? What the trapezoid? Trapezoid. No. No, my friend. You're thinking of trapeze. Those are the people that swing like the acrobatics. Trapezoid. 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 Trapezoid? Bro. Also, hi, Jazz. Welcome. Okay, so this is what we're working with. This is what we're twerking with. Excuse me. I didn't, like, my goal, I'm trying to convey the look of surprise. She's like, oh, right? But she's like, not like, like, she's not like surprised in the photo. She's just like, huh, fancy seeing you here. You know? It's not like shock. It's just like mild surprise and like, oh, good to see you. But like, I'm not sure if I conveyed that. Just being critical. I know it's not supposed to necessarily be the original, and I didn't want it to be the original. But that was my challenge for me was like how to create expressions, because I'm really bad. I'll take a painting and I'll paint it and it'll look exactly like the person, but I'll portray the emotions differently. And for some reason, I just always end up making people look sad or like forlorn or like thinking, like pondering. Do you name your creation? Well, I mean, this one's AshleyRoboto, so she already has a name. But I'd probably call this a Queen Bee. Queen A. Queen A B. I don't know. Something like that. But I'm thinking I want to marker her. And then I know it looks so beautiful and abstract now, but like I'm like, I want to marker. I do. If it feels wrong, I will stop, and by then it will be too late. So we're doing it. Random music question. Started learning guitar, bass, and drums. Whoa! Sorry. Paper towel cover came off. Surprised me a little bit there. How do you balance practicing them all? I don't, really. I just, whatever instrument I feel like that day is the one that I play. You know? And remember that guitar and bass are so similar that they will help you practice each other. But it's definitely better to try and focus on one at a time. And then get good at one and then move to the other. Instead of trying to do a bunch of different things. Because your brain can't absorb a shit ton of information all at once. Unfortunately, that's how brains are. Kind of liking this, actually. Oh yeah, but then there's the line. There's the line. Ashley comb, like a honeycomb, but made of ash. Ashley. Okay, have a good one, Electric Radio. Thanks for tuning in. Okay. I kind of wish I didn't marker it, but now I did. And now it's too late, and now I have to keep going. Or do I? Do I? Yeah, I do. Maybe I just mark at the close. I'm gonna leave the markers away from her face. This is the only reason why digital art is superior, is because I can press the undo button. If I had an undo button in real life, we'd be fucking golden. But no, we don't. We do not have that. You know what? We're doing it. Doesn't even make that much of a difference, actually. Just adds more dimension to it. Oh! Camera's focusing on the markers. Yeah, but I'm not gonna like marker in everything. I'm just gonna like maybe put one little for the chin. Just a little like that. And that's it. And then maybe the eyes I will do. No, the eyes are perfect. I don't wanna make them fucked. The eyes are the one thing you don't fuck up. You don't cross the eyes. It's the glasses that I was thinking of more, but okay. Our playlist has come full circle back to the same, but I'm okay with it. If you guys are. If I had the undo button, I would go so far back in my life, right? There's so many things you could fix, change. Okay. My God. do I want brown? Let's just test and see what it looks like. It's kind of dark. Do I, Nah. No. No. Her hair is perfect. But I am gonna do... There. Undo the Big Bang. Question, do I watch anime? Yes, but I'm not like anime obsessed. I do watch some anime. But I, have a lot of catching up to do, apparently. Yeah, I think literally just that much marker. That's all it needed. Was that much. Just to define the outfit a bit more and the background and give it a bit more dimension. Because the chemise, whatever you call this jumper thing, is like very dark in the picture, but watercolors don't like dark, so. Let's see, what else is it missing? I'm gonna do the step back and look at me check. So I'll let you guys look at that. Still the lines, I could maybe do without those lines. They add more expression. Like that was the whole goal, is I'm trying to show the expression in the face. But, hold on. Hold this for 80 minutes and I'm gonna step back and see what it looks like. Because I need glasses, y'all. I'm not wearing my glasses when I make art. I just kind of make it and hope for the best. But when you step back, you get the real perspective of what it looks like. She's cute. I love how whimsical it is. And how derpy the hexagons are. Oh my god, am I that blind? They're so derpy. They look straight to me, but now they're... Okay, they're crooked. Oh, I didn't do her nose ring. Fuck. I really love this, actually. I'm pretty stoked on it. Smells of cinnamon and honey and flowers. Thank you. Thanks, Chaz. Yeah, so this was the one from last stream. Wow, it's dark. Come back light. And the differentials. Actually, like I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the actual thing, but then I'm looking at it on camera, and it's actually really good. What the fuck? Wow. Reference photo is a very vacant expression, so I think you've done a bang job. I thought it was a very not vacant, but just like surprised, like, oh, who are you to say this thing? Like, oh, whom's the fuck said this? So that's why I picked it, because it's like I love the expression and I want to be able to portray expressions, you know, instead of just drawing neutral faces. Okay. We're gonna maybe add some tiny little finishing details to the eyes. But, wow. I should auction it? Well, that's what I was thinking. I think I'm gonna paint some streamers, but I would auction it and then I would do like half goes to me and half goes to the charity of the person I'm drawing's choice. Like, that's kind of my idea. Is like that person could pick the charity that they want it to go towards. Because that's like, that just gives so much purpose to the art. It's like, because I always ask permission before I paint people, because they need to know, like, I'm going to be painting you, I'm going to be profiting off of your image, essentially, if somebody buys this. But yeah, I've been doing a streamer series for a while, so I was kind of thinking that, like, I will take half, and then the other half goes to whatever charity the streamer chooses. And of course, like, I would have to pay for shipping and stuff too, to ship it out, but I guess that would be taken out of the half that I pay, which might be a little sus, but we'll see. If I could keep this up though, like, I'm pumping out 1 art per stream. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours? What the hell? Chat? What? It's been 5.5 hours? Excuse me? Oh my god. Well, thank you for all the new follows. I didn't even notice. Oh my god, I've been so in the zone. Thank you, Miss Violette, and and Mi Ferreira, and Abode Official, Estrasada, Smoky Boost, William, Robbie, MacDogo, Sunset by Plane, Catalator. Thank you. Huh. Yeah, 5. Well, I mean, for the sketch, it took another hour. Like, I did a sketch. When I started stream, I had already done the sketch. And then I had done a couple of colors. Like, I think I just painted the main, like, the clothes. So, probably total 6.5 hours or 7 hours. But, yo, Expired, I've been meaning to message you and ask you how you're doing, because I haven't seen you in forever and I miss you. And I wear your sweater all the time. How are you doing, my friend? You forgot when the button was. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. You mad lad. Here's our painting from today. I want to get a better angle, because it's hard to get the perspective right there. Okay, let's zoom it out. Oh my gosh. Here, I'm just gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna see if I can pick up my camera and put it the way that I want it to be. Have a good one, Adam, and I'll see you soon. Okay, don't break camera. Don't break camera. Okay, there's my chair. Oh! There she is. There's the Ash. She's so cute. I feel like it was a missed opportunity to do the Bi Pride flag though. You know what? I just realized I didn't sign the last one or this one. There. Swing details. Oh. Gorgeous. Maybe it's a sign? What's a sign? Outline the whole thing. If this was pinker, I mean, I could do the stripes in purple. That could be cute. Actually, let's do that. We'll do the white stripes in purple. You can see my lampshade has a paper towel on it. How have you been, Expired? You're live, I guess. Oh, That is a thing. You are alive. But, you know, I wish I could give you a big old hug right now. What's on your mind? What's been going through your head these days? Ah, yes. This was the plan all along. To make the bisexual flag. How did you know? Okay, wait, but that's kind of purpley. Pinky purple. I need purple. Where's my Violetta? Violetta, where are you? There you are. Oh, that I didn't sign them. Why? Wait, I should sign them though. Oh, it's a pun. It's a pun. It's a pun. I'm slow. It's okay, I'm slow. Yeah, my paper towel light diffuser is really getting it. It's really helping, actually.
The stuff that dreams are made of.
Hi. Indigots? Indigoats Creations, welcome. I think she's gonna be so stoked when she sees that not only is it like art, but it's also like sneakily gay. Okay. Somebody clip that and send it to her. Because I'm gonna be so tired after this. I gotta eat food, man.
Might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Considering us that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us.
In one of those ruts. Well, we had a game night the other night. We played Gartic Phone and stuff. Everyone on stream misses you. I miss you. And, you know, I love you. I know I'm far away, but I'm still here for you. If you need somebody to reach out, you can just even do a voice chat or something. It doesn't have to be about you, or, like, it could be all about you. Whatever you want. You had work? Ah, sheesh. Well, maybe we'll try and do one on a weekend. Do you work weekends? Now I feel like the rouge needs to be a bit more pink. Because that is, like, it's leaning more on red than pink. It's kind of pink. But, like, the bi pride flag is more magenta in it. No? You don't work on weekends? So we can make it happen? Maybe I'll just add splashes of a pink. Where's my white? There you are. Fridays and Saturdays, you're just staring at your screen or your ceiling? No. I've been there though, dude. That's the worst. Well, I'm here for you. Let's do something fun together. I guess I gotta start streaming more on Saturdays then. On the weekends. Make life a little bit more bearable. Okay, wait. I don't really have any pink. I just have red or magenta. If I mix. It already is pink. It's like pink, but it depends on your eye. Some people will see this as pink and others will see it as red, I guess. Oh, shit, that was a good crack. Do you guys hear that? Oh, I gotta do some yogas today. Oh, man. That was my neck, by the way. My neck is like the one thing I crack every day. Since I was like fucking 10. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm so hungry, you guys. Do some yogurts. Yeah, some yoga. Okay, I have to actually sign this one though, so. And it is December. Probably sign the other one while I'm at it. Yeah. Sleeping pills can help when you really need them. Honestly, like, I've been really struggling with sleep too because I'm not like, when you don't do enough during the day, you feel restless at night. So if you can find a way to like incorporate, I find cardio exercise really helps. Like doing Just Dance or going for a walk even. At least going for a walk during the day really helps me sleep at night. And eating before bed has been helping me. Because if I go to bed hungry, I don't sleep well at all. But I don't know. You know yourself best. Well, there we have it. Clean. The Ashley comb. Ashley comb? Are we calling it Ashley comb? AshleyRoboto comb. Anyways, we're gonna wrap things up. I'm sorry. I know you just got here expired, but I love you. I gotta go eat. I'm starving. Aw. Expired. Damn, dude. I've been there. You're going to bed soon? Okay. I tried. Yeah, I feel you. Fuck. Well, I'm giving you a big virtual hug right now, okay? Big virtual hug. And I will see you on the next stream, hopefully. Oh. Oh my god, I was so sleepy. Oh my god. Oh. Art is exhausting sometimes. Yo, there's so many people on. No. What the heck? Maybe we should wait. Okay, Aria is on right now. Oh my god. Who else is on? I feel like we should just write Ari because that's where I'm gonna be going anyways, so here we go. Subraid. Oh, I gotta pee so bad too. Man, I guess I'm drinking so much tea and water and all it does is make me pee. It's ridiculous. Anyways. Copy the raid call. I love you guys so much. I'll see you when I see you next. Probably not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe it'll be music, maybe it'll be gaming. I don't even know what content I'm going to be making until I make it. So, we'll see you in a bit. Oh yeah, I have to actually do the raid. I'm gonna go raid my boy Ari. We were listening to him earlier. He's fucking lit. If you guys haven't heard of him, he does all improvised music live on stream, and it's an absolute party. So we're gonna have fun. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Bye, chat. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you feel relaxed and rejuvenated. Remember to take deep breaths, because you will make it through this. Whatever it is you're going through, you're gonna make it through. I believe in you. I love you. Okay? Copy the raid call. I'm trying to copy it, but my mouse is being dumb. Okay. There we go. We're going. Bye.